Good morning, my fellow exiles. Here I am, extremely early on Saturday morning here in the United States, in the great state of Michigan, where, yes, we live. Today, we have a huge podcast, an enormous podcast. Let's hype ourselves up. It's with Dreamcore, Sirgog, Lolcohol, the Mobalytics crew. We are going to talk all things Path of Exile 2 0.3. Some of us have been blasting it, like myself. Some of us, I don't actually know. I don't actually know if they've played a lot. So this is going to be an interesting chat. Of course, Lolcohol's been streaming a ton. Dreamcore's been pumping out build guides about Gas Arrow. Sirgog, analytical as always. So we're gonna have that cool chat. But before then, we're gonna chat a little bit and we're gonna play some Path of Exile 2, because last night, you guys, I didn't play a ton. I'm still honestly not feeling the best mentally. But I played for a little bit Friday night, and I went on a shopping spree. So my monk is pretty busted, but I have one divine orb now. So I'm gonna show off what my monk is like, and we are going to get on in game. Oh, what is going on here? Is stream chat automatically combined now? Hey, what's going on, Watman? Hey, Palisus. Hey, Guitar Holic. Hey, Lime Dem. Hey, Exile Druid. Exile Druid. Come on, man. Druid's got to be the next patch, right? Hey, G Fish. What's happening? All right. Let's see, you guys. Hey, Mr. Ma. Hey, Lime Dem. It's about 2 a.m. here. Yeah, it is 5:05 a.m. here, and we are going to start the pod at 6 a.m. So 55 minutes in. If you're watching this pod, timestamps, as always, will be in the description below. And if you're specifically here to watch the podcast and want timestamps for the podcast, well, I will be uploading the podcast alone on the channel as a video, and I always timestamp every single topic of discussion. Hey Cap, what's going on, dude? I'd love to see more warrior builds on max roll Mobalytics, because trying to make this work myself is making me crash out of it. I feel you, man. Why am I up? Because I am hosting a podcast with people who live in different parts of the world than myself, and I am taking the hit so that they will all attend. We've got someone in South Africa, we have someone in England, and we have someone in Australia. So it's midday in England, I think a little past midday in South Africa, and nighttime in Australia. What's going on here? My stream chat isn't giving me the option to see. I only see some of the YouTube chatters. I don't like that. Refresh chat. I hope I'm able to see both easily. Hey, Subway to Venus, going back to bed. Oh, wow. We got a lot of people in YouTube chat. There appears to be some sort of bug with Streamlabs where... Oh, there's multi-stream. There we go. I got both chats up now. I would never leave behind YouTube chat. Hey, the Nope Rope Snack. Hey, Martha, Monk is cracked. It's fun. Do you know at the sealed vault there's no way to use small soul cores? No, I didn't know that. When is the pod? In about 50 minutes, guys. It is a foursome pod. Yep. We're going to play a little bit of PoE2 before. I'm going to show off my monk, who the gear is basically in an end state for my power level, for my knowledge level, for my currency level. And then we're going to play my Ice Sorceress. Alright. Let's see, I got all my pod notes good to go. This league is so good. Ended at level 82 in point 2 and just hit 95 already today. Wow, Cap. Yeah, I'm playing this league way more. This is not the Simon song. This is Une Via Tamer. Tamer, I believe. Une Via Tamer. I think that's how you're supposed to say it. This is Renoir. Fighting Renoir at the end of Act 2. I have not listened to We Lost. I'm a good boy. I haven't beat Simon. I haven't listened to We Lost. Even though I probably will listen to We Lost before I beat Simon. Because Simon looks ridiculous. Unless I one-shot Simon, there's no way I can beat Simon. Is my most played class Monk in PoE2? Yes. I played Monk in 0-1. I played Amazon and Mercenary to endgame in 0-2. And I've played Monk to endgame again in 0-3. Hey, Nix, what's happening, man? I'm doing all right. How you doing, Nix? No, a version of it plays during Simon Sebastian. You're right. It's called We Lost, though. They're very similar, the two songs. So sad they killed Flame Blast with the cooldown. Yeah, they smashed some skills. I'm doing all right, dude. I'm doing all right. Traumatic. How you doing, man? Oh, my favorite violin part. Heck yeah. Oh, I know I got to mix it up next season. Well, I'm also gonna play a SORC to endgame. We're gonna play through the SORC right here and now. After I showcase my cool Monk. And this amazing song ends. This violin solo is great. Am I going to play SSF on my SORC? At least until endgame, Nix. Yeah. Because I want to experience it myself. I want to progress through the campaign without relying on twinking items. Using Mjolnir's with Ball Lightning, Lightwing Warp, and about 235% energy gain for metallic skills. I'm basically playing off-meta Flicker Strike. That sounds pretty wild, bro. That sounds pretty wild. Hey, Garen, what's going on, man? I know. I'm usually streaming pretty late your time in the UK, Gary. 1 million followers if I played Merc. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, first time experience, Act 4 and Interlude again. That's the goal. That is the goal. Yep. Okay. I think we are set. I'm gonna log in. Guys, as the song closes up. All right. Hopefully we don't crash. That would be unfortunate. Morning try, you're at work at 4 a.m. on a Saturday. Bro, I'm sorry. Get your overtime and I get to enjoy your pod. I'm glad, Synthesis. I hope we make the workday go by a little bit faster. I can't wait to mix it up next league with Druid, as out of my 4 character types, only 1 warrior is available. Yeah. Do you think they'll be able to do full release in 2026? Yes. Yes, I do, Richley, because they've changed the definition of full release. Full release is just going free to play and having the full campaign in. So I definitely think we can get full release in 2026. Will we get all the classes in 2026? Nah, bro. There's no way. I mean, there is a way, right? But is it likely? I don't think so. From my silly perspective as a non-game dev, it looks like there's no chance we get all the classes by 2026. We are starting the pod in about 45 minutes. I'm so lost, bro. Yeah, Strugel, it's a ridiculous stream start time. You are correct, my friend. I'm doing it for the other people. All right. I don't want to start streaming this early, guys. But for, like we've seen, a lot of people in Europe, this is nice. So, people in Europe, this is for you, okay? All right. So, I'm going to show off my lovely invoker. Okay, guys? Look at this. Look at this insane class. I upgraded the items. I spent 24 div, I think, last night. Look at my new... Okay. So I've got 4.4 energy shield, 1500 life. I'm maxed on all resistances, including chaos, okay? And I also... My ice strike is just redonkulous now. It's extremely strong. My damage skyrocketed, guys. I bought all new items except my amulet and my helmet and my belt. But everything else, I'm massively upgraded. I have damage to attacks on all my rings now. Look at all these damage to attacks. Right? I've got damage to attacks on my gloves now. Okay? Plus, my energy shield went up by like 1500. My evasion went up from 54 to 66. Okay? I don't think I have deflection. I don't think I have deflection. Okay, no, I do. 24% chance to deflect. So I do have a little bit of deflection. Where do I have that deflection? Where did I get deflection? Because it doesn't automatically happen anymore, right? It must automatically happen. Hey, S, what's going on? Let me see if I get this right. Try play Super Dad and play all day. Blast PoE2 at night. Runs a 5k. Sleep 6 hours. Runs another 5k. That is correct, Palissus. We'll see how long my body can sustain me doing that. Because I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be able to sustain me that much. Oh, I sold some of my old items, guys. Okay, 25x from some of my old items. Yeah, I'm East Coast. I'm Michigan, David. I'm East Coast, bro. Alright. It is very early. I'm doing it for my friends. Okay, guys. I'm going to show one map, and then we're going to go to my sorceress, okay? Alright. I may have done an Giga Juice map and failed it last night. Don't judge me. Okay? It was rough. Alright? But I had to try it. Alright, which direction do we want to go? We need one more... Only a single corrupted nexus. Do we have any corrupted nexi? That's totally not the right term near us. I don't see it, so we're just going to move upward. Molten Vault is not a map I want to show, but we're going to do a Molten Vault, guys. Actually, no. We're going to do Asmirian Ranges. No, we can't do it. Dang it. Can we do this one? No. Dang it. All right, we're going to do this one. We're going to do Fortress. Okay, and we're going to do Abyssal Monsters grant 70% increased experience. No, we shouldn't do that. We should save... Those are Abyssal maps. I lied. We're going to save these for when I have Abyss, because I made some awesome maps. for actual abyssal maps. So we are going to save that, and we are going to just do a regular map. I'm going to show you guys what the build looks like now. Podcast is in about 40 minutes, man. Just want to let you know I don't always agree with your opinion or with what you say, but your positivity is refreshing, and you are apparently an overall nice person, and your YouTube videos are fun to watch. Thanks. Thank you, bro. If you always agree with my opinion, then you would be me. So, thank you. I'm glad that you're able to sit down and listen to someone who you don't always agree with. I do that all the time. So, I don't know if you guys have seen me before, but basically I'm one-shotting everything. It's kind of insane. Like, did you just see that? I just two-shot that rare. I've gone from tiny damage to absolute giga damage and maxed out defenses on pretty much everything. So this build, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much maxed out for me. I mean, you can still invest quite a bit into it. I could try out Thunder Fists, see how Thunder Fists are. But it's pretty strong for me. Oh, there are no drops, you guys. There are no drops. Drops are no longer live. They ended yesterday. See, so yeah, this build is stupendous. Just obviously it's not lightning arrow, right? Like I've seen the footage. Lightning arrow. It's no lightning arrow. But it's Oh! Almost died there to D-Gen though. D-Gen is still able to take it out, as you guys saw. Oh! See? Some strong D-Gens right there. All right, I have my I have the regular loot filter on, guys. That's why my screen looks like absolute trash. So the only thing that can really take out this build are those degens. Everything else, it's impervious to. From my experiences. Add charge staff and Trinity and I'll be slapping screens. Yeah, I could probably pretty easily fit in charge staff to the build. Alongside resonance and frenzy charge generation. So if I agree with everything Keanu Reeves says, then you're Keanu Reeves. I guess, man, that is how it works. Wasn't exactly what I was saying, but honestly, let's just go with it. But yeah, I have come to really enjoy this build. I'm probably going to try to do Uber Arbiter with it. But I'd like to get another character to endgame, and I'm going to progress that character mostly on stream. So, and she's going to be an SSF. So I just wanted to show you guys what it looks like. One map. Oh yeah, Reap looks so good, guys. Honestly, I'm kind of saving Reap for next league in case Druid somehow is not added, and then I'll play Reap. Pod begins in about 35 minutes. We're just gonna play some PoE 2, let people filter in, and then we're gonna pop right into the pod. And it's gonna be like probably a 2.5 hour podcast, I'd expect. And then afterward, guys, I'm going to the zoo with my family. We're gonna have a fun day at the zoo all together. And it's a zoo of animals that have been rescued from near-death situations, from poachers and the like. So I like those zoos the most. The zoos that save animals. And if they can't rehabilitate them in the wild, then they keep them in the zoo. Those are my favorite type of zoos. I try to almost exclusively support that type of zoo because other zoos and like the circus, a lot of the time they're kind of just taking advantage of the animals, and I don't really agree with that. But like rescue zoos, same with like rescue animals, which is the only type of animals that I personally adopt, supporting those to the max. I will be real life mapping. Yeah, we're gonna see lots of beasts. I'm not sure if they'll be juicy one, Exiles, but there will be lots of beasts. There's a snow leopard and a black rhino, and there are these crazy tamarins. The tamarins are my favorite. The family of tamarins, they were rescued. There were only like 2,000 in the world, and Einhar decided to go and rescue them. I think that I could do Einhar's voice. If Grinding Gear Games wants Einhar in PoE 2, they just need to contact Talkative Try. If Einhar's voice actor is unavailable, I will voice Einhar, because I think I could, with a little bit of practice and a proper script, I think that I could voice Einhar. What do you guys think? Sounds pretty close to Einhar, yeah? Yeah, the cape has expired, guys. Nubula wants me to stop, so my Einhar voice is going to get progressively worse because I'm talking or laughing. Oh, fine. I'll stop. I thought it's pretty good. Why is my armor at the top? What is this? Get on here. Do I think rarity on gear should be removed? I don't know, man. So I'm like almost impervious to FOMO, but I understand why people don't like rarity on gear. It's like, what would happen if it got removed? Would it be bad at the end of the day? I don't think so. I just think they need to add some other scaling vectors and more interesting modifiers to items that are harder to chase for the top end people, because that's what the top end people do right now. They chase the best gear with rarity on it, and it maximizes farming. At the end of the day, though, I really think that rarity just greatens the gap between people, and I don't like that. So I personally would be fine with it being removed. Do I have any sway over anything at all? No. But would I be fine with it being removed? Yeah. Is that an opinion that upsets some people? Yeah. That's okay. Like we talked about earlier, we can disagree on things, right, Exiles? Okay. Alright, Sapphire Charm. Got that now. Okay, guys, we're back on our Sorceress, okay? Back on the SORC. Alright. That in there. That can be sold. Yes, Renly, what's going on, my friend? For those of you who don't know, we're playing a Sorceress and SSF. I've heard that sorcs are bad, spells are bad. I keep hearing they're bad in the early game, the end game, all throughout the game. Conflicting viewpoints. So, hey, instead of, just trusting all the viewpoints, I'm going to just play myself and see what happens. So we are currently on a SORC. SSF. We're going to progress through. I have no build guide. I am just doing this myself, and we're going to see what happens. Hey, Try, can you cover your life and energy to see stats? Oh, I'm sorry. I already got off my monk. Your cape is progressing. Oh. Wow. Drops are still live? I'm shocked. Okay. Yeah, I know. what is it? Comparison is the thief of joy. That's my motto, guys. We are going to get so... Oh my gosh, there's an abyss. There's an abyss. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. There's an abyss and... Wait, why'd she disappear? Bro. What do you mean I missed it? Are you kidding me? I did not miss it. We're gonna do this abyss. We're gonna see how it goes. Probably gonna go poorly. I'm probably gonna die. But I'd like to engage with all the content. Even in the campaign, yes. I really like Ice Nova. I can't glaze Ice Nova enough, you guys. Oh, an axe. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright. Chance to suck. Infusion duration. Okay, let's just keep going up. Did I kill the last natural rare? No way. Yeah, lightning arrow sucks this patch, but the floor is significantly higher. Yeah. So I watched Dreamcore's Whoa, goodness. I watched Dreamcore's latest video on this, which was an excellent video, by the way. It's the state of PoE 2 of the meta. It was a really good video. And he lays everything out really well. However, I think I come down to the opinion that I think just the big problem, you know, at the end of the day, guys, honestly, balance is never going to be in a good place until all of the options are in the game. We can talk as much as we want how the left-hand side of the tree isn't viable and, you know, people aren't on the left-hand tree and it's all wacky, the balance, da-da-da-da-da. But at the end of the day, you know what, guys? GGG have decided to put all of the north and right-hand side classes into the game and only one of the left-hand side classes. So, of course, the balance is going to be completely janking off. Wow, level 4 skill gen. Of course, it's going to be completely and utter crap until those other classes are actually in the game. Is that a good thing? No. Is that the situation that we're in? Yes. So, it is unfortunate, but I think I finally realized, yes, you know, very different gameplay styles, but I think the reasoning the balance is so off at the end of the day is because literally the archetypes just don't exist. So that's like my new opinion. Once they all exist in the game, I can see a much greater argument if there's still this massive disparity and all this extra power on the right-hand side of the tree. But until then, I'm not going to be as egregiously upset anymore. Cold resistant. How dare you be cold resistant? Not in my house. Can you please help me understand how adding more classes variables would or could possibly make balancing more achievable? 100%. A ton of the nodes in the top part of the tree are useless. A ton of the nodes on the left-hand side of the tree are useless. There's only one weapon archetype that you can really play on the left-hand side of the tree. Maces. Axes are missing. Swords are missing. Flails are missing. There's a whole bunch of keystones that they're going to add on that side of the tree. A whole bunch of notables that you'll be able to spec into. I'm not saying it'll make it more balanced, but it'll probably give more power available to you. More options available to you. Because right now, if you are on the left-hand side of the tree, if you're a warrior, you are basically locked into a few playstyles. That will not be the case once they introduce all the rest of the weapons and classes, and they actually do some real balancing on the other nodes. Because the other nodes are not balanced right now. A ton of them are useless. Crowbell is getting chunked. That's my reasoning. But again, you know, I'm not a master build crafter. I just thought about it a lot when I was watching Dream's excellent video. Because it's crazy. Like 61% or something of the builds are all on the right-hand side of the tree. But it makes sense once you look at the options that are available for people on the left-hand side of the tree. Poor Crowbell. Try's reasoning doesn't really hold up when they make balance patches instead of adding new classes. I think my reasoning holds up. I think GGG is trying to have it all. Do I say that I agree with what GGG is doing? I mean, I understand what they're doing. They're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to have a very imbalanced game. While also a very balanced game, while also being in early access and missing a ton of the content, right? That's what's happening, right? And they don't want to move on until they try to balance out the other classes. But in my opinion, what's going to happen is everything's just going to become imbalanced when they add a whole new archetype into the game. We saw it with Amazon and Spears. Sorry, with Huntress and Spears. I think we'll see it again. Could my logic not hold up? 100%. Come here, rare mob. Why are you coming here? It's low resistant. Fine with me. Oh yeah, I knew that would be a chunky one. The PoE drop has more hours. Okay, I was wrong, guys. I guess we do have drops. I should put that in my title then. I thought drop was over. Same PoE 1 problems are in PoE 2. Yeah, to an extent, there's quite a bit of that. We have a lot of interesting topics to talk about today. I think you guys will like the conversation. And mostly it's because we're going to be chatting with the people that are a lot smarter than me. That's always a plus. I am the facilitator. I am the fool. They are the smart ones. There's a reason that I've curated this group of pals together. Because I think they're all really, really smart. Use my 2 skill. Oh my god, bro. I cannot believe that. Thank you. And a regen. Ooh. Ooh, that's sexy. That's real sexy. Yeah, I think we're gonna do cast speed. But I hadn't watched any lightning arrow gameplay since like the first few days, and I saw more of it in Dreamcore's video of Fubgun's lightning arrow build. I didn't realize how crazy it was until I saw it, guys. Lightning arrow literally, I mean, he is the top 0.1% of a percent, right? But it's insane. Like, one arrow will clear literally all the rares from a screen, which is crazy to me. I've never seen that in PoE. Like, I've never done that in PoE. I've never made a build or had a character that could achieve something like that. But just seeing it was kind of crazy. I guess I have to see what, like, the average player actually achieves. Because I'm sure the average player doesn't achieve the power levels that Fubgun and the top grinders do. And I'm sure he could achieve that with almost any build, right? So is it really a problem with lightning arrow? I don't know. Yeah, these Abysses actually aren't that bad, guys. I thought that I'd be getting absolutely slammed by Abyss. But SORC is good. I mean, I am taking it really slow. That's possible for a great many people. Relatively inexpensively. Yeah. Yeah, I play for fun. Like, guys, I see a comment about playing for fun and advocating for blasting builds. Y'all know my opinions. Play what you find is fun. Try not to compare yourself to people too often. I know the reason people do it is because there's an economy in this game and you like to feel better than other people. It's human nature, right? But I swear, constantly comparing yourself to others, if you're having a good time, I mean, that's all that matters, dudes. I think that's just something that, not to get real, but I think it's just a bigger problem with society. People are constantly envious of others, even though a lot of people are in amazing positions, you know? And it kind of wrecks them, wrecks their livelihood, wrecks their life. And everybody would probably just be a lot happier if they constantly weren't comparing themselves to other people. Hot take right there. Hot take. Grass is indeed green, guys. Grass is green. Alright, we should look for Renly's tools too. I didn't get Una's loot. What are we making? A Balor Mage. I am gonna try to make an Ice Sorceress blind. I don't have a plan. I'm just winging it because everybody says Sorceress is bad. So I am gonna see how bad Sorceress actually is. With my own two eyes. It definitely does not seem too bad at this point. I am definitely doing Executioner slower than I did on my Monk, though. That looked a lot smaller than usual. But I also haven't got a weapon upgrade for my poor girl. So I understand why my damage is not giga. And it's not like it's bad. Taken out. Hey, Lolcohol, what's going on, man? What time is it? 5:41? Yeah, new build. I am trying out Sorceress on SSF. Just gonna try to make lightning happen. Or sorry, lightning. Haha. Cold happen. Just gonna try to make SORC happen because apparently SORC is trash. So, all my builds don't have plans at the best. Totally agree, Balor. Totally agree. Rough outlines. Yeah, I literally, my outline is ice. My outline is ice, SORC, fun. It's not fun, bleh. We move to something else. PoE 2 is already speedy enough. PoE 2 does not need to get any speedier. People advocating for the game to get more speedy are, at this point, out of their minds. This game is ridiculously fast. You can play it fast in the early game. You can definitely play fast in the end game, and the end game heavily encourages that speed. Game is already fast. Anybody saying it's not fast either has not played or is not being honest. All right, where's Una's shed? Yo, Sirgog, what's happening, man? What's happening? We're just playing a little Sorceress before the pod. Trying out things. Getting our little loot box right here. I do not endorse loot boxes, even though, yes, I did get some mystery boxes this league. No endorsement from me. Man, I am just not. Wait, come on. Wait, it's that big? That's freaking huge. Yeah, she really wants to see that, man. 65 MS boots, lol. Indeed. Yeah, I saw some Giga boots from Dat mods. Oh man, I'm not high enough level for that? That's crazy. Alright, let's start moving up in that direction. In my opinion, people just don't want to do the campaign for the 100th time. We're going to talk about the campaign. I am an advocate for campaign. But I know that lots of people are very anti-campaign. Okay. +2 fire skills. We're just going to dump all this stuff for now, guys. Eventually, I'm going to salvage it. People who hate it, GGG do provide standard for them. That is a base take, Sirgog. Holy crap. Spitting facts. The madman. I'm of the opinion that they're gonna bend a little bit on it. Honestly. Ain't nobody made 100 tunes in PoE 2 yet. Valor, I have at least a dozen people who have like 2,000 hours in PoE 2 in my chat. So you, sir, might be completely incorrect. How dare you? How dare you state your opinion as fact? All right? You don't know. You don't know what people have done. All right. What time? We're at 5:45. All right. We got 15 minutes. Can we beat the act in 15 minutes? Probably not, because I am a slow player. If I wasn't looking for Renly's tools, we probably could beat the act in 15 minutes. Should I go to Geonor? I probably should go to Geonor and find Renly's tools at a later date. Yeah, let's go to Geonor. We got it. We can beat this act in 15 minutes. Okay, guys, I talked about the whole removing campaign and how it's just basically skipping to the climax every time. And if you skip to climax enough times, the climax becomes even worse than the build-up. And you start to hate the climax and you start to hate everything. And then you get mad at the world. And then you'd probably stop playing PoE 2. That's my crazy opinion on it. That I know lots of people disagree with. I think GGG will give in to some form of skipping campaign. What that's going to look like, well, we can talk about it. Actually, I'm not that tanky. We might not be able to get through this. Because I think I'm going to die. Invulnerability aura my freaking butt, you silly monster. Stop making monsters invulnerable. Not a fan. Oh, Act 4 is ridiculously fast, Sirgog. People saying it's the longest act after playing through it once, come on. Act 3 is way longer. Act 2 is longer, in my opinion. You stop playing PoE 1 because you can't force yourself to do the campaign. Then they have failed. The big reason why they made PoE 2. Because they wanted to make the campaign much better. More fun to play through. Act 2 is the longest by far. Man, why do I feel like Act 3 is the longest? My just raw hunch is that Act 3 is the longest by a great degree. But maybe that's just because how I progress through it. We have some lovely spirited debate ongoing. I'm afraid that I am an absolute blaster. So I am desperately attempting to get to GNR. There's no way I'm going to be doing 12 minutes. 12 minutes to GNR. I mean, I guess it is possible. If I get heavy stunned, it's over though. Can I get through here? Nope. Silly me. Trying to do a shortcut. Getting obliterated. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This seems like it's the right way. But is it the right way? Probably not. There's no way I can get through the manor. The manor's too tough. 10 minutes through the manor? Probably not.
This mad wolf, may he howl like a ravaged deshret.
Act 3 and PoE 2 is so boring that I... Oh my gosh, there's a freaking abyss right at the start. Oh my goodness. Well, that has cemented it. GGG said, you will be stopped in your tracks, Try. You will not get through this without battling through the abyss. Oh! Okay. Whoa, it's a Giga Abyss too, guys. Because of course it is. Come on, why has it got to be a Giga Abyss? I just wanted to fight Geonor before the pod. Oh my goodness, and it's in the tight hallways. This is the combat that GGG was talking about, guys. You only get this in some streams in Act 1. Oh, we're out of life flasks. We're out of life flasks, guys. Are we cooked? Oh, we got a life flask. We're not cooked. Oh, we are totally cooked. We need another life flask. What's going on? Did somebody just raid me? Sarge 2 with the raid with 260 viewers as I'm getting pummeled by an abyss in Act 1. Oh my goodness, and it's here again. That's crazy. Sarge, man, welcome in. I'm trying to speed run this, but it's nowhere on par to your incredible monk runs, my man. How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. We're going to have a podcast about PoE 2 briefly. I'm being a little low skill right now, trying to kill Geonor before the pod, but my risk was not paying off at all. At all. We're just going to skip that abyss. How long do we have? 9 minutes. Zizarin announced a race? Oh, I haven't seen that.
Nothing more.
Chuckles Doctor, thank you so much for the sub, bro. I did not see the race. What's the race? Is it a gauntlet-esque race? This damage is probably depressing some people. But it's okay. We're not doing twinks. Truly ethical gameplay here, guys. Aw, nice try. Why no flame wall combination? Because I am a noob. But for real, I just haven't popped it. Man, if I only had a little bit more decks. What's that? 40 mana. Oh, wow. That's very nice, especially because I don't have rings yet. All right. Spell damage, speed, exposure I inflict. Oh, gosh, guys. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. We're going to wait on that point because I don't know where to go. How long do we have? 7 minutes? All right. We're just going to get the next checkpoint. Where are we? Right here. All right. There we go, guys. Not going to be able to finish Act 1. We'll have to do it at a later date. Going to get the podcast set up and ready to go with the guys. Critical hit chance. I don't think my spell's crit enough yet. We could get this node right here. This is probably just a W node. Yeah. And just get that dampening shield. I think that's good. Okay. Thanks, Sarge, man. I hope you have a great day, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Okay. Did I just see a Garf? It's kind of crazy. I never see Garfs. Also, that clip with your dad playing Fub's build was Giga Elf. Yeah, dude, my dad is blasting with Fub's build. I think he's like level 91 or something, 92 right now. He's doing pretty well. He's really enjoying the game. Oh my god, another Garf. What's going on, Angormus? Oh, jeez. All right. Let's see. Do I have my notes? I've got the notes good. Live stream is set. Huh? Changing the title. Yeah. Okay. That's good. And what's going on, Sven? Alright, Sirgog, not a problem. Okay. The title is changed. So many Garfs. Oh my god. This is more Garfs than I've ever seen in my life, you guys. I don't know what to do with all these Garfs. Okay. Get into Discord. Guys, the Garfs, I don't even know what to do with them. Holy crap. How do you respond to a Garf? Jesus. I don't even know. What's the proper response, guys? Alright. Get chat over here. Right here. And I'm going to use the bathroom, guys. And then, what is going on? The villain. Well, thank you for the raid as well. Wow. 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 What's going on? We're just about to get into a podcast about PoE 2 so far. Vivi raid. Thank you. First Sarge, now you. I appreciate it. I was just about to use the bathroom. Now I feel bad. Can't use the bathroom. All right, here. I think that's good to go. All right. Yeah, we're set there. Welcome in all the raiders. We're going to chat about PoE 2. We got a lot of spicy topics to tackle. But I'm pretty sure everybody's been quite enjoying the patch. I hope you are as well. Hey, Hade, what's happening? Okay, yeah, guys, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Right back. I swear. Right back. All right. All right, guys. Bathroom used. We are good to go. Okay. My music stopped too. Oh, we've got Lumiere Jam coming. The pod is starting literally now. Because everybody should be set up perfectly. Yeah. Alright. Good to go. There we go. Okay. They better all be set up. We're about to find out, guys. Let obscure. I know you guys love this. I know everybody loves this. Yeah. Expedition 33 video win. That is a great question, dude. I kind of missed the bus on that, didn't I? I am going to just have to release it. And everybody's going to be like, why are you releasing this Expedition 33 video now? You absolute madman. The game has been out forever. I have the script written. It's just that's around the time when I started getting my terrible headaches and all the crap. Which has mostly faded at this point, which is awesome. Streamlabs Virtual Web. All right. All right, let go. Right on time. Video call. Popping them out. Where's the pop out?
What up?
Yo, what is up?
How you doing, dude?
Oh, doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. That's a lie. I'm doing okay. Oh my god. The overlay.
It immediately works. Wow.
The overlay, guys. That's sick.
Not only does it work, but you got everyone in the right place as well. It's not like I'm labeled Lolcohol and Lolcohol stuck with the GOG label.
Dude, that is huge. And everyone is centered. Wow. And it's 6 a.m. on the dot. Man, we don't even need to do any setup. We just need to do some sound tests. But everything else is good to go. Hell yeah. Sweet.
Is it 6 a.m. your local? Ouch.
Oh, yeah. I started streaming at 5 a.m. I got up at 4:20. So, yep. Okay. I went to bed early last night. So, I didn't grind anything out. So, we're all good to go. How you guys doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to quit. I'm busy playing right now. And
No, bad. Get off Lolcohol. Come on.
Okay, sorry. I'll stop.
Full undivided attention.
All right, I close it.
Just log in and flip occasionally.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, we'll do a quick sound check, you guys. I'll adjust on my end if you guys are low. We'll start with Dream, Sirgog, Lolcohol, Dreamcore. Let's do a sound check. Go for me.
Testing, volume check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I need to turn you up, bro. All right, that should be better. Try again.
Testing, volume.
Yeah,
Testing.
I know they're quiet, guys. Yeah, I'm changing audio levels. I think you should be.
Testing.
You're perfect for me. Yeah, I know they're all quiet, guys. All right, I just adjusted it on my end. All right, Dream, I think you're good. Sirgog, go for it.
Earth calling, talkative, try. Earth calling, talkative, try. Come in, talkative, try.
Oh, little high.
Earth calling, talkative, try. Earth calling, talkative, try. Come in, talkative, try.
Come on, we have like 900 of you in the chat. Come on, say something. Is he good, guys? Is he good?
You want me to say something silly, do
No.
you? Okay. Alexa, play Despacito.
Oh, no.
How many people did that set off in chat?
Yeah.
See if I sniped anyone.
Sirgog seems blurry. His background is blurry, you guys.
That is just a setup that. Yeah.
Can you make the tink
like
noise?
Program.
Gog, can you make the tink noise? Somebody's asking.
As in like an exalt dropped? Or
Not like a divine, I'm assuming. To really set off some people. everybody's mapping right now. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, a divine!"
Oh man, you need that on a soundboard. You really
I know.
need that on a soundboard.
That just pisses people off. I've considered doing it as like a sound in videos, but I've seen others do it and get scorched for it, right? You know?
Yeah.
Rightfully
You
so.
do deserve to get scorched for
Yeah.
it. It is toxic, but it's hilarious to do exactly once, but
Yeah.
it should only be once.
That's it. Okay, I think. Yeah. Okay, sounds good for you. All right, Lolcohol, we saved you for last. Go for it.
Check. 1, 2. Hello.
Oh, you're
Check.
quiet.
I'm quiet. Okay.
I put you
Hello.
up. I put you up to 180.
Good.
Louder.
Check. Yeah, louder. Check. Hello. Quiet.
I maxed you
I'm not
out,
quiet.
dude. I put
You're
you on.
max. I get. Okay. Let me just turn up on my end as well.
Oh,
all
that's much
good.
better. That's perfect, dude.
Yeah.
On my end.
That's better. Okay.
Yeah.
Guitaraholic, as always, just like in relation to one another. If someone stands out, just shout.
Yeah, I could adjust
If
it.
someone's too loud or too quiet.
I'm watching the chat at all times. I'm watching you guys make fun of us. All good. Okay. Should be good to go now.
Be honest, it's not hard to do.
No, it's not that hard. No. All right, spot on. All right, you're Gucci. Okay, heck yeah, you guys. All right, we'll just get right into it then, you guys. I don't have any water, so hopefully my mouth doesn't get too dry. Definitely just turn on the air conditioner. It is hot in here with this sweater on. I see Dreams matching me. Hell yeah. Yo. All right. Yep, I'll do silly intro and we will hop right into it. I'll surprise with who I ask the first question to. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome everyone to the 6th episode of the Pod of Exile. I am one of your hosts, Talkative Try, and I am joined by Sirgog, Lolcohol, and Dreamcore, the Mobalytics gang, here to talk all things Path of Exile 2.0.3, the Third Edict. That is a mouthful. I think a lot of us have been having quite a good time with this patch, especially in comparison to Dawn of the Hunt, but we're going to find that out for real today, here and now. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of the exact patch, I think it's very important that we lay the groundworks for what everybody has been playing and enjoying, or not enjoying so much in the league so far. So, Sirgog, you're actually the one person who I haven't seen's league starter or build playing out. So let's start with you. What did you league start as, and how far have you progressed into 0.3 so far?
So I got caught out by the early nerf to Fireball. I had decided I'm going to go play around with this new spellcaster archetype they're introducing with the infusions, and I've mostly pivoted off Fireball into Elemental Equilibrium and what's the name of the thing? Firestorm. I am way behind. I ended up I was just unable to play for a few days last week. I'd hurt a foot and it was just unpleasant to sit for a long period of time. So I am miles behind. I'm currently sort of permanently out of white maps now, but that's it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm miles behind in progression because of just having had less playtime, both being busy and also just having that foot injury that meant I couldn't sit for protracted periods.
When you said that, I thought you were going to say, yeah, I've only got 1.5 mirrors, and I just got into, like, Juice T17s. I was like, no, I'm ahead of you for once? This is crazy. I can't believe this. This is going to be a wild podcast, guys. Okay.
I probably have about 10 divines total wealth, but that's partly because, like, whenever I've got nothing else to do, I'm just jumping on and, like, I waste way too much time on the currency exchange just doing, like, the most basic boring flips because it always feels so rewarding. It's honestly more rewarding than playing the game even later on.
Yeah.
And that ends up being this thing where I have to say, no, Gog, stop. Go and actually kill some monsters. I'm gold limited at least at the moment.
Yeah, right. The currency exchange and the auction house have been pretty addicting for me. That's one of the biggest additions from my perspective. Going shopping has never been more fun. And I am shocked at how well it integrated into the game. I thought it was going to be jank. It's actually quite smooth for me. And I'm able to do it all on one screen, which I'm really, really appreciative of. All right, Dreamcore, man, I've seen your build update progress, so I know how you've been doing, but let everybody else know. What'd your league start as and what's your progress like right now?
Yeah, I've been playing a gas grenade Pathfinder, which has been a lot of fun. Gas grenade's a skill that I tested out quite a bit towards the end of 0.2. Mainly just to test out all of those changes they put into 0.2, like after the main patch, right? Because they put in so many changes. I thought, right, let's just do a fresh start. And I basically just played gas grenade. That was on an acolyte though, so that wasn't a Pathfinder. But I probably would have league started acolyte if they hadn't changed reality rending, because that was like the main part of that build was the extra chaos damage, but they completely gutted that node. So yeah, I just started on a Pathfinder and it's been a blast. Like I've done pretty much everything. The character's done at this point. Like I'm moving on to something else now. I've done everything that I wanted to do.
Very impressive.
It's been really good.
Very impressive. I saw the build updates. Yeah, the gas grenade just seems extremely powerful. The highlight reel that I think you posted, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, was just crazy. Yeah. Watching the bosses just melt with like one thrust. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah, that build has no problem with damage. It does have its weaknesses. Like it's not very fast like a Dead Iron mapping or something like that. But it has its strengths. Like it's probably one of the best, if not the best, simulacrum farmer in the game, because you cover the entire simulacrum arena in Gas Cloud, and there's just every monster that spawns is just degenning it immediately. You know, you've got like all of those really strong poisons laying on the ground waiting for the bosses to spawn. As soon as they spawn, they just melt.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked fun. It looked fun. Might have to give it a go. I'm definitely going to do multiple builds this league. It's not going to be kind of a one and done like it was with Dawn of the Hunt or even 0.1 for me. So they have me captured, Lolcohol. I think they also have you captured because right before I started recording, you said, "Oh my gosh, I got to log out. I got to pull myself from the game." So Lolcohol, what did you league start as? And what's your progress like?
I was wondering if I could get away with playing during the podcast, but it would have been too obvious. But I like started Grenade Deadeye. It's just so stupid, dude. It's too strong. It deals way too much damage. Like I actually released a build update where in the thumbnail I said like GG, please nerf this, and it pissed people off so much. But it's like it trivializes the game. Everything is just so easy on it. And at this point I've done everything. Like all the Uber bosses killed in under a second, juice tier 16s, everything. Like there's no point of friction with the build where you hit a point where you're like, oh crap, I need damage or I'm dying too much. It's just like it destroys everything. And
how was the campaign? Was the campaign super easy too? You just smooth through,
easy.
smooth sail?
So easy. Like all the bosses got killed in like. I didn't even see their mechanics. It like spoiled it for me because they just died instantly. You throw down a whole load of grenades, boss spawns, blow it up, dead. Don't even get to see the fight, and you're just like, this kind of sucks.
I think that's something we need to discuss in this podcast. Actually, it's a really, really important point. I think the balance of the game right now. I'm not talking about skill balance between characters. I'm talking about the balance of the monsters versus player power is completely backwards. Right at the moment, the bosses are too easy. And then you find like random monsters in maps, like trash monsters, that will just one-shot you with like the Abyss monsters, for example, just come out.
Yeah.
Right at the start of the league, those things were just absolutely owning right before they nerfed them. But I feel like it should be the other way around. Like the bosses should be the really difficult part because those are the really fun encounters, right? That's where there's a lot of skill expression and stuff in the game.
Dreamcore.
But it's completely backwards right now.
I feel like I've heard this from like another game before. Have I heard like does this happen in another game? Sirgog, you were saying something.
Elden Ring?
Yeah, I mean this comes down to player power being off the planet wrong because like my experience playing. Okay, so I didn't know Fireball had been nerfed until late on day one. And the numbers are like 40% lower than what was advertised in the patch notes for the Fireball secondary projectiles. So based on that, like I was essentially going through a couple of gem levels behind and the bosses were genuinely tough with that. You genuinely had to play all the mechanics. You had to, you didn't have to dodge everything, but you had to dodge most things. Otherwise you would run out of life flasks before the boss went down. And so that was the sort of reason that I got to really learn a lot of those bosses through it. Like, for instance, Torvian, I had to figure out what the gimmick was because a lot of people said, yeah, I just had crazy DPS. I didn't even know he had gimmicks. But if you play that fight at the intended power level, it is an awesome fight. And for those of you that aren't aware, this is the third last boss in Act 4. and it's the arena gladiator fight where the gladiator cheats and has a bunch of NPCs helping him by channeling various buffs on him. It's a really awesome fight because you then go and interfere with those buffs, and so you've got all this stuff to do. But if you were to go in there with 3 times the intended DPS, then he's dead before any of this happens, and it's just
Exactly.
like, oh, was that a boss? Oh, okay.
Exactly. And is that like a balance issue with skills, or are
It is partly skills for
It-
sure, because
yeah, it
right
must
now,
be.
like crossbows are completely overtuned.
It's
Bows are completely overtuned. It's actually, I would actually argue it's a lot of the attack skills. Like even maces completely trivialize bosses in the campaign. Like you can just one shot bosses all the way through the campaign with maces as well, right? So I feel like they've got the balance quite good on spells. But at the same time, it is much easier for them to balance spells, I would say, generally, because the difference between because the damage is like multiplied like crazy, right, on an attack, especially for some skills. Like for example, imagine trying to balance. Like here's a skill that hits once and does like 300% of weapon damage, and here's a skill that has 500% of weapon damage, and then you can throw an extra 2 projectiles on top of it, and all of them overlap, right? This is really hard stuff to balance when you have some guy with a 75 DPS crossbow and another guy in the same stage has a 200 DPS crossbow, right?
I think
the
that
experience is completely different.
Yeah.
The gear discrepancy that you get, because in Path of Exile 1, okay, granted none of this is obvious to a new player, but there are ways that you can just deterministically craft yourself something that is at least serviceable gear. Whereas I hit a real brick wall in Act 3, and like I found Act 3 was struggle. Then you get access to Ange in Act 4, and immediately it's like, oh, okay, now I can trade, because without Ange you can't trade now, because the old system's still there, but no one answers at all. Like no one's using the old system. So at this point, you're forced into SSF, and then suddenly you're free from SSF prison, and you go from having the best weapon that you've found in the entire game was a +2 two-handed staff with only one other live mod on it, and you go from that to having a +2 focus and a +3 wand that cost nothing, and that are like at least serviceable in endgame. They're not good in endgame, but they're serviceable.
Yeah.
This is such a tough problem to solve in a game like PoE 2, wherein all the drops are random. Like I think if this was a game like, and no shade guys, we're just chatting, like Diablo 4, where the drops are tailored to your class, you know that you're going to get that damage upgrade, right? You know that you can scale the boss in a certain way because you're going to get a drop that relates to your class, right? In PoE 2, it can be super, super variable. How in the world do they balance something like this? Because I experienced kind of a middle ground of what's going on here. I didn't obliterate the bosses like Lolcohol and Dreamcore, but I basically didn't see any mechanics for most of the Act 1, 2, 3, or 4, even the interlude bosses, on Hollow Palm Technique, which is what I played. I played Acolyte of Cholula with Ice Strike, and that was really fun. But between chill and just the amount of damage I was doing without a weapon, I'm just using Hollow Palm and scaling with gem level and just being smart about my gear upgrades. I was blasting through stuff. For example, it wasn't Torvian. I actually saw the mechanics of Torvian, but the guy after him, I basically would kill him in about 10 seconds. The awesome, basically Cirrus 2.0 is what I call him. He's really cool. Didn't see any mechanics. And then it was even more egregious with the Act 4 boss. I killed him almost instantly as well. And it was shocking. And there was no big upgrade between Torvian and that guy. I just got the proper freeze in. I was chilling him. He didn't really do anything. And that feels really bad. But the disparity is so great because then I talked to my friend, and they're exactly like you, Sirgog. They played spells. They kind of saw the same exact scenario where it's like, oh my gosh, it is an absolute war of attrition with these bosses. So what do you guys think they can do? Because obviously, I'm sure they see this, right? But how do they address it?
They have to redistribute the power onto like other things, because currently, especially on attack builds, 90% of your power comes from your weapon. If you get a good weapon, you will kill a boss in 1 second. With the exact same setup and a crap weapon, you can have the most miserable experience. So more power needs to come from like supports, the tree. There needs to be more of a ground floor for expected weapon. So if there was like some kind of less RNG aspect where it could come down to like which rares are you getting from your vendors? What are your currency orbs hitting? Are you getting elemental damage runes or not? Are you getting enough sockets on your gear? So if there's stuff like, again, the crafting bench. Crafting bench could be like a baseline power where you say, if you introduce this to players, this is a baseline power that you expect all players to have. Whereas currently, right now, there's too much randomness where how are you meant to balance when one player could get 2 elemental damage runes that could make them trivialize a boss, and another player doesn't get that, but it's not consistent. So then they probably have to lean on balance the boss for worst case scenario, and then for people who did get a bit lucky, they just like destroy it. So
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah,
to
the
me.
more you go, Drink.
I was just gonna. I think it just has to also come down to a little bit of skill balance. Obviously, like right now, it's pretty obvious that some attack skills are just a little bit too high on the top end. And that stuff will come over time. I think they will just tweak things, right? It's like with that sort of thing, it is kind of so easy to just over nerf something or over buff something, and then that thing's doing the exact same thing that you were just trying to stop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think there is a bit of that, but yeah, Lolcohol brings up a good point. It's like balancing around a good middle ground, and then being able to, introduce like this is what the person should have at this stage of the game, like access to these runes or a baseline of like this weapon with this much approximate damage, right? That sort of stuff. Like that's a good way to go about it, I think.
Yeah, I think that for attack-based things to deal with RNG, this is something I've said in PoE 1 before as well, although it hasn't been that important in PoE 1 because you can sort of circumvent this step, but through things like vendor recipes. I think that the merciless, tyrannical, cruel series of weapon affixes have their numbers too high, and that causes grinding gear games to have to balance the actual base weapon numbers for physical damage too low. Because they have to expect, oh, okay, you're at endgame, you're going to have maybe a tyrannical, maybe a high roll cruel weapon as your sort of ballpark entry level figure. If you were to make it so that you drop those numbers by 60%, then you could give that power back through just making the baseline effects of the weapon better. Now, that's only going to work for physical attacks. For elemental attacks, you'd need other solutions. But again, like potentially you could have it so that only one elemental damage can roll on a weapon, but the numbers go much higher. I don't know. Maybe you make it so that there's less divergence tier to tier with those sorts of numbers that you've got, so that you don't feel like you are so far behind. But the big elephant in the room is plus X to skills suffixes. This mod is too strong, and if you don't get it, you are just so far behind someone that gets it. It's the worst form of RNG dependency that's still in the game. And it was really noticeable to me just going from having nothing, from having none of that stat to getting a +2 in the early game was just like out of sight. You go from being miles behind the expected power level to slightly above it. Then, you sort of fall back because +2 is not enough later game. And then you go from +2 to +5 and it's like, oh wow, suddenly I'm a god among insects until like the very end of Act 4 at least. And then only in the interludes do you start really coming up against the fact that the spells you're using just aren't that strong.
Yeah, and
that's a great point.
I think you guys are all bringing up really great points. I think the most base level one though, Lolcohol, you brought it up right at the beginning, and I keep seeing it over and over from a lot of people who come into the stream, and I think it would be the best solution immediately is just bringing more power to the passive tree. Yeah. Something everybody has access to. It's something everybody should come to understand if they're playing a game like Path of Exile 2, whether you're following a build guide or trying to make something yourself. Something that's right in front of you. It's not something that's hidden behind some archaic crafting system with hidden mods and all that. It's right there. You should be able to get a decent chunk of power and progress through the game if you're making the right gear choices and skill choices with the help from the tree. So that's the tree itself also. I guess we'll skip right into it since we popped into that discussion. I kind of want to chat about this. Dreamcore, I'll put the link in the description below, but you released an excellent video, the state of 0.3's meta, where you broke down basically the ascendancy disparity and where people are starting on the passive tree, where they path, and I thought it was so fascinating to look at. And upon thinking about it, I came to the opinion that maybe there isn't a lot of problems with like the current skill power for the most part, or the current ascendancy power, but it's more so the lack of options that currently exist on the tree, because GGG have decided to have the game basically as a fully released game. That's how they're choosing to balance it, without like half the classes in the game and half the nodes available. I'd be really curious to get your guys' opinions. Since GGG have once again decided to push this patch out and fully focus on balance, which we discussed in the last podcast, instead of adding new options to the game, will the game ever be truly balanced or in a steadier state until everything is in the game and they can look at it instead of just trying to knock out little pieces? Because I feel like every single time a new archetype is introduced, a new weapon is introduced, everything will be thrown into disarray. Now, that might be like a polarizing statement, or maybe completely wrong, but I'd be really curious to get your guys' thoughts on it. Dream, I know you released a video, so I'll start with you. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think the answer to will the game ever be balanced is no, because it's the same over in PoE 1. The game's never balanced. But actually, the game doesn't need to be balanced. All that really needs to be there is that there's some resentment. Like, it needs to be a little bit balanced, and then the game needs to be changed enough every patch to the point where people can have that fun experience of like theory crafting before the league. You know, that is for me personally as a player, and I'm sure for a lot of people, the most fun part of a Path of Exile league is, you know, here's a new patch and nobody knows what the strongest thing is, and everybody's like theory crafting builds and things like that before the league actually launches. I can say from personal experience that whenever, and this happened, I think it was around patch 317 in PoE 1, they generally started to do less balance. You know, when patches would come out, they would do less and less balance, basically. And I can say from personal experience that made the patch release a lot less exciting for me, because everyone went into a patch kind of knowing, you know, this is going to be the strongest build because it was the strongest build last league and nothing has really changed, right? So, yeah, that I think and obviously you bring up a great point there about there's not really all of the tools in the game yet. So being able to get like a level playing field is not really there. Obviously, the left side of the tree is missing a huge amount of classes and ascendancies, right? There's just a ton of stuff missing from the left side of the tree. We don't even have a strength in class yet. That part of the tree, that entire quadrant of the tree is just, it's you look at all the nodes there, like they haven't touched them since launch pretty much. A bunch of them are just nothing much of anything. So that will definitely improve the kind of tree balance overall. If they introduce the druid next patch, right, which is I think it's confirmed, right, then there will be, you know, let's say they introduce 2 or 3 ascendancies with the druid, suddenly we have a more balanced thing going on. As it is right now, there's 3 ascendancies on the left side of the tree, and I think there's, how many on the right side? Like 6 ascendancies. Mm-hmm. So it's like, and also a lot of people already have the opinion that, you know, energy shield and evasion was already good going into this patch. They kind of improved it a little bit, and now it's like, yeah, and obviously that side of the tree also has more movement speed. They have generally better tools, I would say, at their disposal. So yeah, that's kind of how it feels for me at the moment. It feels like there's a bit of an imbalance on the tree, but that will probably be fixed over time with new things being introduced.
I think you effectively communicated what I wanted to communicate far more. The fact that, okay, balance isn't ever going to happen, right? But it is less fun when everything is solved and known before anything even drops. For example, right, before this patch dropped, everybody was saying Deadeye #1, Lightning Arrow #1, that's going to blast the game. What ended up happening? Basically that. There were other new interesting builds. You know, we have, you know, I was going to say Lolcohol, you're a Deadeye though, bro. I know you're grenades, but you're still a Deadeye, man. We had Hollow Palm, which ended up being pretty cool for a lot of players, and a few other builds. But yeah, Deadeye dominated. It's like, what, 48% of the characters are Deadeye, and then a good chunk of those are Lightning Arrow. That makes the game a lot less fun. So yeah, I totally agree with what you said there, and I
One thing
retract
to
my
mention
statement.
though about the Deadeye
Yeah.
as well that I discussed a little bit in that video is that, and this kind of goes back to the balance thing where the bosses are being trivialized right now. If damage is not a problem, right, for a build, the next best thing is speed, and Deadeye is just that is just the class that you want for moving at the fastest possible speed, attacking at the fastest possible speed, right? So that's it's like if there was a problem there with getting damage high enough, then and you're actually making that trade-off, like I'm gonna get more front-loaded damage rather than being able to move around like crazy, right? Then that's like an interesting trade-off that's being made. Right now there is no trade-off like that because you reach that damage cap and now you don't need more damage. So
Right.
Now you're just going to invest into moving around faster.
Now Lolcohol, I know that we're talking a lot about the top builds, top performers, and doing a lot of comparisons and everything. I'm kind of the opinion, more and more as I get older, that comparison is the thief of joy. The more you compare yourself to others, the less fun you're probably going to have. I mean, even you're in a position where your build is blasting everything, right? But I'm sure it happens where people come into stream and they're like, but it's not lightning arrow. What's going on?
Most people are like, this looks better than lightning arrow. Honestly, they're like,
hell yeah.
Can I swap from lightning arrow to this? I'm like, yeah, actually. So no, if Fubgun said grenades are better than lightning arrow, everyone would be playing grenades. Like the reason that 48% of the player base, obviously Deadeye is great, but every single one of the biggest creators said Deadeye is the best. Deadeye is the best. Deadeye is like so obviously the best. Oh wow, why is everyone playing Deadeye? It's because the biggest creators all gas it up so much. And I'm not saying it's not the best. It clearly is, but that clearly had a big part of it. And same with like, why is everyone playing Lightning Arrow? Because like the biggest creators are playing Lightning Arrow. So no, I don't feel remotely like, oh, I should have played Lightning Arrow. I have FOMO. But when it comes to FOMO in PoE, I agree. Like you should just be having fun. But in an economy-based game, if you are feeling really slow and you're feeling like you're falling behind the curve of the economy, that's when the FOMO starts feeling really bad because you're like, my build's not fast enough to keep up, and now like all the goals I have, I'm like falling behind the inflation rate. Which, if you've ever played SSF, and a lot of people say this is when they play SSF, that feeling goes away because there's no economy aspect of it, and they can just play at their own pace, just have fun. So I don't know. I still think they need to do the like mid-league balance. Please just do the mid-league balance. And like I don't know why they've approached it in this way, because you're gonna piss off people either way, right? But why not piss off people in the way that makes the game better and then do it in the least offensive way? Have it on a schedule. Give people a week's notice, say these are the changes we are making, like they did earlier, like the first patch, they gave us a heads up, and then say these are the changes that are coming next week. Prepare yourself, we'll give you a free respec. Week later, patch drops, balance happens, and then week of testing, and then the same thing. These are the changes we're going to make in a week. Prepare yourself. I don't know why
it's not going to happen.
They are so stubborn about it.
It is mid-league buffs will never happen. Sirgog, you were going to pop in there.
Mid-league buffs have happened this league already. There have been several of them. Fireball was nerfed 40% on day one. They had
that's the thing.
Nerf to what was it?
The fire ants.
Sorry. Lightning arrow will never be nerfed mid-league. There you go. I corrected myself.
Exactly. They're nerfing like fireball, but not.
Yeah,
anyway,
but at least I'm taking it that the fact that they were willing to mid-league nerf Fireball, not that my build deserved it, but that perhaps someone had something that did, that I'm taking that as a positive sign that maybe they've decided to stop doing this madness, because ultimately we are not going to have build diversity until we've had about 10 serious nerf and buff patches. And at the moment, we're not going to get 10 of them until it is late in 2028.
Sirgog, come on, don't drop truth bombs like that. We need to keep the people invested. Stop it.
I'm just looking at the moment at the level
He's not
95
wrong,
plus
though.
characters on Ninja, and 50% of them are Deadeye, and 48% of them are Lightning Rod, Lightning Arrow, 64% of them are using Herald of Thunder. That should tell you that there's something seriously wrong with the meta. The thing is that people are still having fun, so it's something that the game can get by with a completely bricked balance for a period of time because stuff is new. But if we have 040 and it's this bad, then 040 will be another Dawn of the Hunt. People will be quitting it in 5 days going, what rubbish.
Man, this is such
and right now, all they know is that Herald of Thunder, Lightning Rod, Lightning Arrow, there need to be, and Deadeye Ascendancy, there needs to be a quadruple tap on those. They don't know they don't know how powerful a Blood Mage is at the moment. It's definitely number 2 right now, but is it problematically powerful? What about some of the really off-meta cool stuff? Like the thing I'm thinking of rolling next is this cool Titan, this CI Titan build that was bouncing around on Reddit. This thing looked awesome. Is this thing mediocre? Is it strong? Is it ridiculously strong and just flying under the radar? No one knows because all the optimization-focused players are playing Deadeye because Deadeye has proven itself to be the right choice this league, and everything else is thus actually probably wrong, unless there's something really missing. And yeah.
One thing that's crazy about that is that in the Q&A, I think they were talking about how they didn't really want like 0.2 again with a huge percentage of the player base playing one class. They actually like discussed that with the balance, right? If anything, 0.3 is actually worse because in 0.2 there was a reason for that, right? It was Huntress was the new thing, right? And yes, some spear builds were absolutely absurdly powerful. I'm not saying that they weren't. But in 0.3, for an entire week, or actually more than a week, because the live stream happened a day earlier, I think, everyone was saying Deadeye is just OP, right? Completely OP. And they made they did nerf it a few times in the patch notes. They made a few amendments to the Deadeye. So it was going to be even more powerful than what it is right now.
Yeah, it got a last day of patch notes nerf.
Yeah, but it still wasn't enough. Yeah, because I mean, the strongest thing on the Deadeye is the Tailwind node, and it's still there in full force. So, you know.
So
now it is worth saying that Whirling Slash Deadeye did get crushing nerfs mid-league. That was something people knew was a bug, but that was a build deleting nerf that it got mid-league, like day 5 or so.
I think Snoo fixed his with some tech or something, but yeah, the original build was crushed into the ground. 100%. Now, guys, this is such a fascinating topic because how much of this is oh no, am I going GGG White Knight? I don't know. We're about to find out. Tell me, guys. Call me out if I am. How much of this is self-imposed? Because I'm sitting here. Okay, I'm sitting here, right? I'm blasting, guys. You know, last league, Giga Casual, played 50 hours. Screw the game. Didn't enjoy it. Whatever. This league, I don't know if you can see it because I'm not close to the camera, but my eyes like have bags. They're red. I'm staying up till like 2 a.m. playing the game, loving the game. I don't watch, to be honest, I watch a few people's videos. I don't watch streams. I don't necessarily like look at Reddit. I don't really compare myself to other people. I just go in and I have fun playing what I'm playing. If I'm having a good time, I'm good with that. I get what Lolcohol, what you said about the economy. I think that's the real feel bad thing where if you're not playing the meta, you can fall behind. But honestly, fall behind on what? Like the hyper optimization I've been able to play.
Exactly.
And I'm blood blasting stuff. I'm two-shotting abyss monsters that are on those abyss maps where the monsters get more powerful with each abyss rare that you kill. And I feel giga powerful and I'm having a blast. So I don't know how much of this is self-imposed and if that's ever really fixable if we have the smartest people among us espousing Deadeye #1, play Deadeye so that, you know, you're the strongest, you can compete with everybody else, be better than all your friends, blah, 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 blah. Right? I don't know. Like, it feels like it's worse in PoE 2 than it ever was in PoE 1, in my opinion. I swear, with 0.2 it happened and 0.3 it happened. I've played PoE 1 for 6 years. I've never really seen this level of, like, what's a good term for it? Like meta
Build
mindset,
homogenization.
homogenization. Yes, 100% Sirgog. So is it because there's not the options? Is it because like people just don't want to? I don't know. It's such a fascinating topic.
One has had this level of homogenization before, but you have to go back a long time. You had 3.8, which was kind of a weird one because 3.8, the game was probably the easiest it's ever been as well. But Carrion Golem Necromancers were just absurdly OP in that. And 3.7 was the league that was absolutely dominated by the Cyclone. Unarmed Cyclone early on, transitioning into armed Cyclone later on. And that was, I think the thing was, though, that the game was the easiest it's ever been. So this is back when the Shaper had only 20% of current hit points, but there'd been the biggest set of power creep that we ever got in Path of Exile 1, which was 3.1, when they added in influence items. And so players were just so far over the curve that it kind of didn't matter because you could play something that was actually rubbish and you could clear all content.
Right. So,
but like, I guess the clearest example of falling behind the economy is looking at the prices of perfect exalted orbs and going, oh, look at, I am getting less and less capable of participating in homogenizing exaltation, perfect exalt crafting every day, unless, except for the fact I know how to play the economy, but someone else that wasn't playing the economy would be getting more and more locked out of that each day because the people who are playing that game, who are playing the Deadeyes, are looting so much more that they're able to outbid you on these things.
right, like full disclosure, like I don't watch a lot, but Dream, in your video yesterday, which I watched, I hadn't seen Lightning Arrow since probably day 3. You showed Fudgun's footage, and he was literally one-tapping rares with Lightning Arrow from off-screen. And I was just looking at that. I do feel that bubbling up inside of me, like, what the absolute he is, probably the most powerful version of the build, showcasing it, right? But still,
he has ridiculous.
He's ridiculous gear
100%.
and everything, but still, that is still so crit. Maybe he could get to that level with other characters, but then
So I would say that I think it's fine that you can get to that power level.
Yeah,
right? You can become a god in PoE 1. That's totally fine. The problem is like. And going back to that point that you were discussing with the, between PoE 1 and like comparing the two, where in PoE 2 it feels like everyone's kind of focused around the meta a lot more. I do think that in PoE 1 there's a lot more kind of like grassroots. People just have different, I want to play this thing, and then there's really good support for that thing. So a good example for that is like Pog's Righteous Fire, right? Like, it's always going to be there. Like, even if it gets nerfed again, it got nerfed, right? In the last league, Fire Trap got nerfed. Fire Trap will probably get nerfed again, but Pox will still be there playing it, right?
Yeah.
And people are still going to play it because it's still a great build and there's a great guide. And it's like that for a lot of things. There are a lot of things like that. Whereas at the moment, it feels like PoE 2 is more in its infancy, and there isn't like this kind of there is some of this right now, by the way. There's like, for example, Skadoosh, right? He does Corrupting Cry. He's been doing it since 0.1. He does it every league, updates his build guide. There's lots of changes happening, but he still plays the same build. And a lot of people follow that build and play that build because they enjoy it. So there is going to be that kind of happening as we move on and we get more and more patches. But yeah, I think that partly is what's going on there, is that there's not huge amount of support in the community for like particular archetypes, and people are much more, when that's not the case, people are much more likely to just move like wholesale into this is the new thing, so I'm just going to do that, right? This is the best thing, so I'm just going to do that.
Yeah.
I think the thing with that theory though is that when there's a small or medium gap, you find that there's less homogenization than there is at the moment. But when there is just something that is an overwhelming outlier, people do jump across into it. And like you sort of saw that in Path of Exile 1 this league. I think it was pretty uncontested that the best league starter, from going from nothing up to, the 3 new bosses being done, the best way to do that was definitely Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. And there was a lot of convergence on that build. Now, people weren't interested in continuing to play it. So for those of you that are PoE 2 only, consider this something that would be good for getting up to the base versions of the pinnacle bosses, but not going any further than that. So maybe you could take it up to Arbiter, but not Uber Arbiter. And then in that case, that's something that's really good for starting. It just eclipses everything else, but then it hits a brick wall. Or not a brick wall, but it hits a wall. And then people then transition into something else. In PoE 2, partly we suck at the campaign and the campaign is longer. So it's more of an ordeal to make a second character. I actually think it's more significant than we're just bad at the campaign in 2. But on top of that, so yeah, there's a bit of a feeling of I don't want to reroll. And on top of that, there's just less alternatives. So it feels like the right thing to do at the moment, because Deadeye Lightning Arrow is so good, is just to stay with it. And then if you've picked something else that's a little bit different, but that is comparable in power, like some of the crossbow things, then you're fine. But if you pick something that's miles behind, then yeah, you're miles behind, and it's like, oh, do I go and roll a new character or not? And then you're getting outbid on Twink Gear for your new character if you're wanting to, yeah.
So to wrap, I just realized we've been talking about this for 40 minutes. Holy crap!
So more.
There's so okay.
We're all good at ranting here.
There's so many other topics. So to wrap this into a nice bow, I'm gonna throw it to Lolcohol. You want to wrap this into a nice bow, because I can't think of it.
Yeah,
do it, bro.
I think that what we need is more access to the tools that people feel are mandatory on builds. The reason that Deadeye is so popular is that it just has everything that players want, especially top tier players. They will have like a baseline of what they think is acceptable in terms of defenses, damage, clear, burst, movement speed, all of that. And Deadeye is one of the ascendancies that has all of that covered, especially when it comes to movement speed. So if you're able to provide those tools in generic forms through gear, the passive tree, support gems, maybe even that, then I think the meta might expand a bit. But if, let's say Fubgon or whatever is like, I'm not playing a build with under 50% movement speed, and there's like 3 classes that can get that, he's going to play Deadeye, and then everyone else is going to play Deadeye. So we need more access to the tools that people need.
I think that's a fine way to put it, Lolcohol. Excellent work.
Yeah.
Let's move into a different topic entirely. Crafting. Oh my goodness, guys. I think all of us have probably participated, except for Sirgog, who just got out of white maps. Holy crap, what a noob. Wow, it's crazy. So crafting, guys. Crafting. How have people been enjoying it? Obviously, we have a lot more access to it, not only with base level crafting, with the greater and perfect orbs, new omens, but also all the abyssal crafting actually is quite powerful, and I think readily available to lots of players. What are our initial thoughts on it? Sirgog, I make fun of you, but I'm sure you've engaged with it quite a bit. So what, or at least you have a base level of knowledge on it. How have you enjoyed the crafting so far?
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's leave out the Abyss for a sec and just talk about the Perfect Exalts, Greater Exalts, and Omen of Homogenizing Exaltation. Like, for anyone in chat that hasn't played around with Omen of Homogenizing Exaltation, it is ridiculously powerful. It is also quite cheap because it's not as rare as people might have thought. Like, going into this, I was thinking, oh, that's got to be Omen of Whittling level rarity, and it's not. So it's miles more common than you think, although it is still uncommon. This thing is crazy good, but it does have one real drawback to it. And that is the amount of time you need to spend studying PoE 2DB in order to work out isolation crafts with it is just like off the planet.
Hard agree.
I mean, if there's an omen in the game that says like I'm going to add a modifier based on like modifier tags, we need to see the tags in game.
Yeah.
Like,
we need to also have that. Right? We also need an authoritative list in game as well, because the main thing, every problem I've had with every craft that I've thought of that then I've gone and researched and didn't work, and I think I was talking to you 3 about it in Mobalytics chat and saying, hey, this is this cool craft I've thought of, and then eventually I realized it wasn't going to work. And a lot of the stuff comes down to the fact that there's just little pieces that are not immediately obvious until you really, really dig deep, and you realize that the specific order that things need to go in together. It's a really interesting puzzle, but it's a puzzle where some of the rules are only available through third-party resources.
The crafting is crazy though. Just going back to the initial question, the crafting is it is insane going from 0.2 to 0.3. Like there was almost no crafting, and now the crafting is so strong that you can make pretty much any item from scratch. Like that is actually just crazy. I mean, people were asking for crafting, right? Since the launch, people were like, "Come on, just give us some crafting methods." And I thought we were going to slowly get like a trickle of crafting things. Like I thought we'd get, here's like an extra couple of omens in this patch. Now there's here's a new currency item. But now we just got everything all at once. Like there's enough tools in the game now to make any item.
And
at least any item that's good enough to do everything in the game, right?
And it's not expensive. And I think it's pretty common. Like the drops are pretty common, which is nice. I found my stopper is actually like bases, not the actual. Yes.
Are you ready to? No. Come on. You have to be ready to say we need it. We need it. We need alterations. That's it. That is the missing piece of the puzzle. Anyone in chat who's about to be like, oh, but click 1,000 clicks. Please, if that's your argument, how many clicks is, let's say, a 1 in 25 mod to hit?
Like me.
25 clicks with an alteration. How many clicks is it if I need to go buy 25 bases, use a perfect transmute? If I hit a prefix, but I'm looking for a suffix, I need to use a perfect augment. How many clicks is that? Excuse me. That sounds like 2,000 clicks. So
it's
give
not
me
going
a
to be 25 if we have alterations, because alterations will cause them to rebalance those chances.
Yeah,
but it's fine.
That's what happened in 1.
Own them, Sirgog. Own them.
I don't think so.
Premium has a weight of 12 or 25.
I don't know. I disagree. Give alterations, please. But you know what the other thing is? Alterations have more of a use besides trying to hit a 1 out of 4,000 or like a 50 weight mod out of like 100,000 weight pool. It can just be for, rolling a decent one good mod before you use that regal or before you use that essence. It doesn't necessarily have to be min-max. I think people often immediately jump to ultra endgame crafting when they think alteration. They think, oh, now I need to roll the 25 weight tier 1 explode mod before I can continue. They don't think about I don't know, in the campaign you might want to just roll for a bit of physical damage and then you might use your regal or your essence. So I really think the crafting is so much better. It feels like Path of Exile crafting, where there's a puzzle that you're like, I know that the tools are there. I just need to figure it out. And then you figure it out and you do it, and it's incredibly satisfying. But the missing piece is just that alteration, which is just a quality of life thing. Because you can currently right now do the same thing that alterations do. It's just a pain in the butt because you need to either farm 50 bases or you need to perfect org annul. You're wondering why the annul price is so high this league? It's because of that. So why not? What is the argument for alterations? Give it to me.
Against alterations?
Against alterations, rather.
Okay, here's my base level take. I see in the chat, or even from you actually dropped the number of bases to 50, which I applaud you for. When I said I'm being stopped by bases, it's still like a hunt. Like, I'm hunting for exceptional bases right now, personally, on my monk. It's kind of a fun hunt looking for those. I can buy them too, right? But it's not, at least in my case, it's not 50. It's probably I've probably up to 10 where I've tried to make a really good chest myself. That's not a huge degree of constantly crafting, and every session too is kind of exciting, right? I have my perfect base here, or my okay base here. I have my perfect orbs here. I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna try to slam the mods that I want. It's exciting. In PUB1, I have participated in the alteration orb spam. I don't find that exciting, and that is literally me clicking thousands of alteration orbs on a single item just over and over and over for a long amount of time. And it's never exciting, in my opinion. That's just my perspective. And this is from a low volume crafter too. I know that you have, made probably hundreds, if not, 1,000 amazing items. I've never done that. So just from the perspective of a low volume crafter, I find this other system way more exciting than sitting in my hideout spamming the alteration orbs in PoE 1. Maybe that's not. I think I see a lot of crafters really want the alteration spam. I don't know if it's.
It's not so much
like
the alteration spam, it's a solution from having to buy 50 bases to just do the first step.
First step.
Which is, it just feels like quite tedious or frustrating. Or you get an exceptional base and then it's just extremely expensive with a null org, a null org, a null org. And the thing is, the thing I don't really understand is I feel like alterations have them function like chaos orbs, where it remove add instead of like a PoE 1 where it reforges. It remove add on a magic item. I don't understand how that doesn't fit.
That would
Because
be
it-
safer. Remove that
Yeah,
would be
so
safer.
yeah, so I
You
think
just have to keep them really rare so that people can't throw. If people can throw 2,000 of them at an item, then you're going to be forced to throw 2,000 of them at an item, and every other crafting method will be invalid. But if they're like, I mean, at the moment we have obviously the annul being the rarest of the base current. I think it's the rarest of the base currencies. Other than mirrors.
I think
And
so.
it's definitely 2.5 times rarer than divines. I'm just thinking if I'm missing one. But the annul perfect augment is a substitute. If you had alterations, perfect alterations that were comparable in rarity to an annul, I think that'd be harmless.
Yeah. So the whole thing of that actually makes me realize when you said that if they add annuls, then they would have to change the weights. Instead of changing the weights of modifiers, change the rarity of annuls. So it would still be, let's say, a 1 in 25 instead of a 1 in 2,000, but it would cost a bit more, or it would take more farming. So instead of finding 2,000 annuls, I mean alterations, which isn't too hard in PoE 1, have it so that they are, I don't know, as rare as chaos orbs, or a little bit more common than chaos orbs. But then you can keep the weights the same, so it's still you aren't clicking 2,000 times, but you're still getting the result at the same cost, if that makes sense.
I'm curious. Dreamcore's
about
laughing. Dreamcore's laughing in the corner. We need to. I don't know if he's laughing at chat or if he's laughing at something else.
I'm just. I mean, I don't really know what side of the coin I fall on this one. To be honest with you, I used to think that alts were needed in the game. Now I think that crafting is really, really strong. Like I think it's so strong.
It is.
But I do know what Lolcohol was talking about there, because that first. I mean, I checked out. Lolcohol made a really good crafting guide for his crossbow. And I made a crafting guide as well in a similar way, both starting off with a base, right? But in my crafting guide, I just said, buy the item with the mod from trade, right? Like, don't like. Obviously, I did write. If you're playing SSF, you're gonna have to collect the bases yourself and find that mod, right? But yeah, I just found it kind of funny at the top of Lolcohol's guide. It's like you need to collect like how many bases? 30 crossbow bases,
Yeah,
or something like that.
it's because it costs that modifier. When I did that craft, cost 7 divines for that modifier on a magic base. So I was like, it's way cheaper to do it. But then you get comments from people in my chat on the video who are like, dude, I've gone through 200 crossbows and I still have not hit this modifier. Like I'm losing my mind. I can't keep buying these 1 chaos or 1 exalt crossbows. Like I've just given up. Like,
see, that does sound like hell. Like I
that sounds
to be
horrible.
frank, I just have never even experienced that. Right, so that if people are doing that, that does sound like quite the hellscape. It does.
Yeah,
I get it. I get it.
But
I think
at
there's
the
this
same
thing
time,
that
continue. It's all right.
you have things.
So I'm not really sure which side I fall on, but yeah, go on, so go.
You have things that are meant to be really rare starting points, like your like the, what do you call it? It's the exceptional bases. These are meant to be better than anything else. And something does not stay desirable if it's deterministically creatable using reasonably cheap resources.
Yeah.
We have this in Path of Exile
Also,
1.
the exceptional base point you just made there is really important because they just added exceptional bases, right? So I think if anything, that's a good indicator that they're not going to add alterations, because that's literally they literally just added it, and these bases are really rare. They want it to be so that when you actually find one of those bases, you need to spend a lot to get that base into like a really good place. So that does mean, like you said, using those annul orbs like to begin with on the magic item. Like if you need to spend a ton of annuls to get there, then that's kind of what I think that's what they're going for with the exceptional bases. Because in a way, it reminds me of heist base types. But the thing is, they added heist base types like after they already had all of this crafting system in the game. So it doesn't really matter that they add this like really strong base. It's gonna get there in the end because all of the tools already exist. So it's not like it's not like it costs so much more to craft that item. Whereas in PoE2 they can kind of, because they haven't got alterations in the game yet, they can make it so that it will cost a lot to get there.
I mean, in one you have synthesis bases as an example of something where unless you've got a team of people pooling resources to make maximum use of this base, you can't do it. And the thing that makes them so tough to craft is that they have, like, they're immune to fracturing.
Yeah.
But, like, top-end crafting on that can cost 25 to 75 mirrors. And most of the time it's done as a guild effort and then, put into a mirror service. And they try to amortize most of the cost from that mirror service. Often they don't even succeed in doing that, but they do still own the base.
So, yeah, I want to pose a question, one more question about crafting at least. So we can move on to a different topic a little bit. I am a caveman, but I think the caveman are the majority, guys. How many people, Lolcohol, I know your crafting guides are super popular this league especially, but how many people do you think are like me and call crafting what I actually do, which is slamming and looking occasionally at PoE2DB to see like, all right, do I need an open prefix for this or an open suffix? Oh, yeah. Shoot, I actually read this was a prefix, but it's a suffix. Oh, uh-oh, gotta get another.
Probably.
Like, that's me. I don't like. I don't know if I'm the common person, but with Path of Exile 2, I might not be, because a lot of people play this game and they look up the guides and they get really into the crafting and everything. Me, I'm like lackadaisical. I'm just like, okay, and I call it crafting. That
is crafting? That is, yeah. And I think the new tools are really, really good for that.
Right.
Because you've got the access to the new desecration.
Oh,
that doesn't take a lot of understanding, and
minimal
you're getting a lot of power out of that.
Minimal thought.
Or yeah, exactly. And just like the greater and perfect transmutes and orgs, which aren't that uncommon.
Right.
Even that is like fairly easy to understand. I still think, like a list of modifier tiers and tags in game would be excellent for that, where you could hover over it and it's like, here are the boot modifiers that you can hit. So I really would. I think they've added a lot of stuff for that baseline of just general player power, and I really would like to see a lot more of that, because they've really filled in the sort of upper middle tier, whereas previously there was like no crafting unless you are at the ultra top tier, whereas now they've got like the step below that and maybe a bit of a step below that, where it's like, oh cool, I found like a really nice magic staff with like +6 or something, or high spell damage and cast speed, and then the tools can be fairly obvious of like, oh, I can just use a nice essence on this and then unveil it, and I've got something pretty strong.
Yeah, I would.
And that's crafting.
Yeah, I would love a crafting UI in game. And I guess I'm not. I think you guys brought up a really good point like 10 minutes ago. I'm not like opposed to having alterations in the game. It's just if they're introduced to the game, the way that the modifier, what was it called, weighting, would probably have to be adjusted, or the alts would have to be like giga rare, right? Because like right now, I can most likely hit like a decent mod with the tools available and get a nice upgrade on my character, right? For the most part, that's what I did basically the entire run through until I spent like 25 divines buying good gear, and that feels really good. However, if alts were added at the PoE 1 level, all the good mods would have to be way rare because people could just sit there, spam them and everything. So that it would require just a fundamental rebalance and difference from Path of Exile 1 in PoE 2.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. That GOG made it. But then, balance, instead of balancing the weights, balance the rarity of the alterations.
I think that makes sense.
And with the new exceptional bases, we still have that base hunt. There are now, instead of just searching for, early on, you might be searching for like a siege crossbow, but late game, like an exceptional, whatever, dual string bow, item level 82, that is worth a fortune. That is worth like 250 divines for a white base. So exceptional bases have made like late end game bases. There is a base hunt right now. And so you can have it both ways. I don't think that we need to have this like exclusionary, if this is added, then this thing is invalidated.
Right.
I think you can have both.
I think you guys
can be balanced in a way that you don't have to do the 2,000.
I think you guys have convinced me with this. Yeah, I think that would make sense if the rarity. I think I'm PoE 1 brained, you know? I'm just thinking like, if they're added, then it's going to be a spam fest. But I don't think that has to happen.
My finger is like this from PoE 1. It's just like permanently destroyed. But there's smarter ways. 200 divines for a bit. Did I hear you correctly? For an exceptional dual string bow? A 3-socket dual string I-82 or like I-81 plus. It is I-82. Yeah, It's like 250 divines. It's crazy. There is like a proper base hunt right now.
That stresses me out, guys. Because I could see myself like at 11 p.m. one night just finding it and listing it for 5x because I'm an idiot. Like that's so fun. I did this with I think a belt like the other day. It was like triple res, chaos, max res, and I listed it for like 10 exalts and it was gone in 3 seconds. And I was like,
instantly, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Well, if you find an exceptional base, right, you should probably look at how much it's worth.
You are probably correct on that. Yeah, I've been buying pretty crap ones for my, like, not the top tier energy shield evasion stuff, and I didn't know that they could get that pricey. That's crazy. That's cool. That's like another lotto drop.
It is. Exactly. Because
or doing the top tier content, because you can't get that crap unless you're doing what? T17s, T18s for
you can do it in like a tier 16 or from bosses.
Or from bosses?
They can drop it. Yeah, so
that's cool.
What, like an area level 80 would drop a rare monster could drop that, right? Okay. And then also like Uber Arbiter drops item level 84 or 85.
Is it mostly coming from the highest tier of the other pinnacle bosses, not Arbiter, but the other ones?
It might be
because they can spam them.
I'm not
top tier and stuff like that. That was my understanding. Be wrong.
Yeah.
Those guys drop such good rare items. Oh my goodness.
They do, yeah.
For crafting, like you can find a sick 4-mod item.
That I actually really like, by the way.
I love that.
That is something that doesn't exist in PoE 1. And I really, really like that. Like in PoE 1, the boss just drops a bunch of trash items and then it can drop a good unique. But in PoE 2, like I'm paying attention to all of the boss drops, which I think is great.
Yeah, the rare items are. I've made a lot of currency. Just you pick it up, and it's actually exciting to identify those items because so often it is 3-4 excellent modifiers. You can give that thing a slam and a desecrate, and then sell it for like 5 divines. That is consistent. I love that.
Desecrating is the absolute winner here in terms of like just the whole question of mid-end crafting. It's like it's intuitive. It adds quite a bit of power. And it's also gives you some degree of agency on an item. Like I'm now much happier to find a 5-mod item than a 6-mod item.
Yeah.
And that's even if the item already has even if the item is already somewhat coherent and is tiered rare, like tier 3 or higher. I'd rather it be 5 mods than 6.
I'd have to say that desecrating, so awesome, but it even further proves the need for having some sort of encyclopedia in game for mods, because the whole omens with Kurgle, Amanamo, wow, I said that totally wrong, and whatever the other one is, those modifiers, I was like, okay, so does this mean like, is this one? Initially, I thought it was one specific mod because I didn't know, and I was obviously very wrong, and I ended up looking. Okay, Dreamcore, come on, get out! Stop laughing at me, bro. I know I'm an idiot. I've played PoE for years.
No,
I
you're
should have
not
known.
an idiot.
I should have
No, you're
known
not
that.
an idiot.
I should have known exactly what it was, but I didn't. I was like, oh, it's
No.
probably one like.
No, it's
powerful
not. It's not
mod.
described well at all on those omens.
It's not explained
because
at
all
all.
it says is you don't know whether it's going to offer you 3 of those mods if they even exist, because you don't know if they exist.
True.
Right? You also don't know if they exist on prefix or suffix. You don't know what it is.
I
Like
have no
ultimately,
idea.
what it actually does is, if it exists, I think you actually can't use it if it doesn't exist. And then if it exists, it guarantees 1 mod on the unveil, right? That is going to be.
No, I thought it was 3.
I think it's 1.
It's one. I think it's
One
one
Single
Lolcohol.
mod.
Mm-hmm. I think
well,
it's
I
one.
mean,
Only
exactly.
biased to 3 though, right?
It guarantees one, but I think you can still roll like 2
Yeah, you can still
Kurgle,
roll the others,
right?
yeah,
But
100%.
it guarantees one of the 3 will be a Kurgle or whatever.
I thought it was all 3, but
I think it's
But that
strong
should be
bias
explained.
towards 3.
I've used like 5
Yeah.
of them. Maybe I'm wrong.
use like 5. And the fact that it's actually only usable on jewelry and weapons, but that's not explained. The other one that really, look, I'm super
That's
happy with
fixed
the
now.
crafting
That is-
system, but that is fixed. But like Mark of the Abyssal, that is explained nowhere. Nowhere does it say
Okay,
what that
dude,
does.
I can go off on Mark of the Abyssal, right? Okay, so
like,
okay, how this essence is supposed to work, right? Because you can actually pull up a tooltip, right? And what it says is, so the Mark of the Abyssal, how the essence works is, you use the essence on an item, on a rare item, it removes a modifier and it adds the Mark of the Abyssal. It can be a prefix or a suffix at random, right? Or you can influence that with another omen if you want. Then it's gonna, when you actually desecrate that item, it removes the Mark of the Abyssal, adds a desecrated modifier in its place, and then when you unveil the desecrated modifier, it is supposed to offer you a modifier of a higher tier than the one that was consumed to add the Mark of the Abyssal Lord, right? Now, I done a lot of experimenting with this essence. It doesn't work with essence exclusive mods. If you go onto PoE2DB, right, you can look at all of the perfect essence mods. They're all listed as level 72 modifier, right? If you consume one of those, it won't spit out higher tier modifiers. It will just spit out anything, right? So it doesn't work with those. So I think it only works with naturally appearing mods. But how could I ever know? How can you ever know anything about that, right? There's no information. That's like one of the most.
yeah, question, what?
It's completely open to interpretation if you just read it the first time. You're like, what is this even saying?
Yeah, and it's got like the ... under, and you click it, and then it just explains what desecration is. And you're like, what? Hello? Please.
Like that is such a cool essence, by the way. Like I think it's really, really, really interesting crafting essence. But these kind of things you'll just never know until you try it out.
And
Because I had such a cool idea for that essence for a crafting idea, and then once I realized that you couldn't consume a perfect essence mod to then replace it with a higher tier, I was like, well, that idea is dead.
yeah, excellent point. You don't know until you try it out. With stuff like the omens that guarantee the specific lich modifiers. Oh, how amazing would that be in game? You find one of those. You see Kurgle is highlighted, like Kurgle modifier, and you press Alt, and bam, it's like, oh, it can include all these different mods and these items, and your mind is open to the possibilities. Because when I went on, I think it was PoE2DB, and I saw all the super cool mods. I think I was Acolyte Chayula at the time, and there are like mods to do with remnants and everything. I was like, oh, this is so cool. I was ready to cook something up. But if I never went to PoE2DB, what do you don't know. I bet there's a lot of people who don't know. I bet my dad and brother don't know. They're just like,
yeah, but this to me is it's going down that same path, right? With PoE1, it's already like this. It's been like it for a long time. You need all of these third-party tools if you're going to experience the game to its peak in the end game. I think it's going to be the same for PoE2. I just you guys got to go back to when they first was discussing PoE2, right? Way back when they said there was going to be no item filters because they wouldn't need them, right? That's gone. That's a thing of the past, right? So their item filters are already there. The best item filters are third party. Like that's already a thing, right? And you're gonna have PoE2. You're gonna have PoE2DB. You got PoE2 Ninja. Like there's all these things, all these resources that you just kind of can't do without if you're gonna play the game to its peak.
I am a believer, Dreamcore. All right. I think after we have, hell froze over and we have trade in game, instant trade in game, right? I think there's a possibility that they start to implement some of these long awaited features, these quality of life features in the game. Now, will it be like in the next year? Maybe not. But stuff like a passive tree layout, which has been long promised, stuff like having all the crafting mods in game. I'm even of the mindset, dude, item filter in game. I think they're going to do it. Last Epoch has done it. I think it will happen, but there will still be the third party options, just like there's still what is it? There's like PoE2 assistant. I've never used it before, but it's like what is it? Wealthy Exile. I don't even know. The Path of Exile 1 add-on for selling stuff. That's still in game. I think they're going to slowly move all this in game because after how successful the marketplace has been, I've only seen praise for this stuff. I think they realize how big a factor this is on people's enjoyment of the game. I know, at least for me, it's just been huge.
It's been amazing.
It has
Trade
been
is
amazing.
incredible. Yeah,
Right?
I play Trade this league and it's incredible.
Right.
Also, how they implemented it without any real big hiccups is insane, actually.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and,
Like
and
they
the
went to
launch
town
as
with
well.
that. Yeah.
There
Oh,
was
the
some
launch
stuff
was crazy. We didn't even discuss the launch. Like I had almost. I think I had one
I
disconnect.
had no issues.
And I think it was even my own internet. So it's like, okay. Like,
Right.
And that
it was
was-
crazy launch. Like, I thought this is going to be really bad. There's a free weekend. No.
Can of
no
worms.
one said anything.
We want to talk about
Performance is another
performance.
thing.
Want to talk
Wait,
about crashes and performance?
I'm just going to say,
You just
I've been
mentioned
totally.
trade
I'm
as
sorry,
well.
like, I know that a lot of people have really bad performance issues, and I can sympathize with them big time because I had terrible performance issues in 0.2, really bad performance issues. In this patch, I've had none.
Oh my
Zero
god.
performance issues. I've been completely fine.
I'm going to kick Dream from the call, dude. I'm getting you out of here.
Nah,
Jesus,
it's
man.
But like I mean I had ridiculous performance issues in 0.2. Like they were so bad that I didn't even want to play the game because it was like, what is the point? Like I'm just wasting my time, right? I'd open a map, just I'd crash like on the first pack or something. Map's gone, right?
Not that bad.
So, yeah. So
That's bad.
But this patch, this patch has been
Yeah,
has been really good.
servers, at least from my perspective, and it seems like Dream yours, European servers, much better state than before. Were you having problems last
Much
week
better.
too? Much better? That's awesome.
Yeah, so much better. I mean, obviously, they said that they moved providers, right? And they said
They
they were DDoSing themselves to try and make sure. Yeah, they've been really good.
Okay, so before I kick you off the call, Sirgog, Lolcohol, okay, so when I say performance issues, I guess how about we open the can of worms? Let's do performance and then this. So obviously there are the crashes, and obviously GGG wants to fix crashes and performance issues, right, guys? This is probably their number one thing they're working on. Obviously the people designing content and art and stuff aren't working on it. There's probably separate people, so they're working on it, guys. Hopefully, crossing fingers, right? They don't want that. So my questions to you guys: one, are you guys having crashes like me? I'm having rendering crashes every 20 minutes, and I've tried almost everything. Reverting drivers, swapping to Vulkan, turning down my graphics, upping my shader cache, and everything. I'm still having the crashes, which sucks. Okay, so that's question number one. Question number two, they want to fix performance, but with Abyss, as fun and awesome as Abyss is the visual clarity dream of PoE 2 dead? Completely dead. Because guys, Abyss is even base level. I haven't really juiced any maps. Visual clarity is crazy. Will performance ever get good in a game with graphics as awesome as PoE 2? With all the effects as awesome as in PoE 2? With like that level of monsters on screen? Like, is that ever going to happen? So, Sirgog, crashing, not crashing, and visual clarity. What the hell's going on? Is it going to be reverted ever?
So I'm cursed on performance because I had some things that are not related to Path of Exile that wrecked me at the start of the league, which is that there was a storm on. So 6 a.m. my time is when the league launches, right?
Yeah.
There was a storm that went through here at like 2:15 a.m. and the power went out. And 90% of my suburb had power back by 3 a.m. When did I get power back? I got power back about 4 p.m. And so like I'm actually in the shower with food in the slow cooker cooking, all ready for league start, and then suddenly I have this cursed start to the league. But anyways, that's
Rip.
not Grinding Games' fault. That's just
Maybe they cursed you,
really
dude.
bad luck.
They're sending storms
just-
from New Zealand to Australia. They're like, curse Sirgog.
And just in the 10, it was just the 10% of my suburb that copped it. It was not like the whole suburb was out, but only for an hour, and they got 90% of it back. But I was just in that 10% that didn't.
Dang.
Anyways, random rants about things that aren't Grinding Games related. My performance degradation is abysmal in Abysses at the moment. If I like, I'm not really. I mentioned I've sort of transitioned mostly off Fireball, but I am still throwing fireballs, especially, just the Mana Tempest empowered fireball is still strong. And I'll fire that off at a pack, but then after I do that, I've learned, okay, once it impacts, press escape to pause the game, wait 3 seconds, then unpause. It is the act of igniting monsters in Abysses seems to just be horrible, and I'm currently set up in a way that I am igniting not to scale the damage of the ignite, but because the act of igniting the monster adds a lot of damage. So this is a messy spot. I don't know about other things, but I feel like the patch, was it yesterday or the day before? The semi-recent patch that it was 1 step forward, but I feel like we're 5 steps behind the line at the moment. So we went from 5 steps away to right to 4 steps away. I've tried other things. DX12 for some reason has just completely broken with OBS for me. There's something that would only affect you if you're streaming or recording gameplay, but like DX12 just does not record in OBS. OBS doesn't acknowledge that it exists right now. That's a 030 change. It was working fine beforehand. So there's a bunch of little specific problems like this that have been coming up. I would say performance-wise, this is also really bad league for me in PoE1 was 3.7. It's miles better than 3.7 was, but it's one of the worst leagues in general performance so far.
It's same for me. I upgraded my CPU like 2 days before just to hopefully improve performance, and it's been mostly better, but I've also noticed fire effects and ignite tanks performance. There's that one map where you can set fire to the crops.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's super cute, but it makes my FPS go from 120 to like 40 instantly. And I'm also playing a build that ignites stuff, and it's just it's so laggy. And then there's the Overrun by the Abyss maps. Those are just actually 4 FPS. And you start noticing like 7,000 T-posing corpses. It's like, this is.
I think I must have picked the best build for this league, right? Because I don't have any. I'm not igniting anything. I mean, the gas clouds don't seem to tank my performance. There's just gas clouds everywhere. Everything's just dying. I'm just chilling,
Add it as a pro on your Mobalytics guide. It's like doesn't lag.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start.
Start
using right on there, dude. I'm gonna add it later. No lag.
Yep.
You can use Elemental Focus has a hidden buff of applies no ignite, improves your FPS. Oh, oil grenade, oil grenade's great for single target. I literally had to stop using it because of the performance. It would.
I heard about oil grenade.
You ignite that oil grenade, it makes your FPS. It cuts it to like a quarter. So it's but okay. So in terms of like graphical performance and that's been bad, but in terms of servers have been really good. I did get like a lot of crashes at the start, but then I upgraded my GPU, and not my GPU, my drivers, GPU drivers, and that seems to solve it. But
lucky you.
But yeah, man, I don't know. Like, do I need to now? I just spent so much money on a new CPU, and now it's like, do I need to get a new GPU, or do I just like not play builds with fire in them?
Right out the storm. Maybe there's some weird performance glitch added with how flammability and ignite works too. Maybe there's some calculation going on behind the scenes that they gotta optimize. It could be that. There's a lot of crap running behind. I don't know.
Burning ground was always a problem. And the amount of corpses, like the corpses not being destroyed in Abyss, is really bad.
Localhole.
Yeah.
Burning ground. Great segue. Visual clarity and ground effects. Oh my. Okay, we've got the Doomslayer grenades ranged. We've got Fireball, dang it, ranged. All right. Oh, we've got Gas Grenade, pretty much ranged as well. So none of you have the plight right now of playing in melee with these ground effects. Guys, I don't know, especially with Abyss. I feel I've been loving this patch. Glazing this patch. I've played like 70 hours so far. Kind of dumb. Sacrificing sleep. Why in the world did they do green on green on green with Abyss and have all the abyssal monsters have AoE degens that drop on the ground, whether it's from a rare mod, whether it's from an attack? Like, it is night and day difference, I swear. Like, it's engaging, right? You got to move around, but it's also very frustrating with the ground degens. What is the fascination here? Because I know the answer used to be we have to kill the player some way with on-death effects. That was the PoE 1 answer, right? Are we in the same place with PoE 2? Wherein that's one of the big ways to kill players is on-death effects, ground degens, with state of the game. Because with the visual clarity crap, like it is very frustrating. And I know there are solutions, but it still feels frustrating and egregiously evident in every single map I do.
It's very frustrating, and the solutions are not easy. Like, getting high life regen is a lot harder in PoE 2. I don't know. It feels like they talk about the game wanting to be more like D2, which I think. Okay, I still think D2 is like the best ARPG in terms of just like how clean it is, and it manages to get that feeling of like exploding tons of monsters without it being visually overwhelming and still satisfying. Like, you're still getting the loot, and I don't know how they've done that. Well, I don't know how they did that, ancient game, but it seems like PoE 2 is just going the same route of like quantity over quality, just like 17 trillion monsters for your 1 in 2,000 chance of getting a divine orb. I don't know. I don't know how they're meant to do it. And it is causing problems. Because, like, ground degen in a game with fewer monsters and a lot more visual clarity makes sense because you can run around it. But when there is burning ground and chilled ground and delirium fog and you're exploding stuff on the ground, how am I meant to see that? Like, you don't. You literally don't. And I think in a vacuum, maybe they test it and be like, oh, sweet, this looks so cool. But then in practice, it is invisible. And I don't like it.
I think on-death effects in general have been done really poorly this patch in particular, because and the thing is, they've already done it really well in this game. Okay, you got those huge like bloater monsters in Act 3. They die, and then there's this giant like explosion, and everyone, you've got to be blind not to see it, right? You know this, and if you die to that, like you never feel bad about dying to something like that because that's very obvious and telegraphed.
Yep.
They already made a great change in PoE 1, and obviously they've got that in PoE 2 with like Detonate Dead. But like someone said in the chat here, there's like a Detonate Dead effect in the game right now. I don't know if they nerfed it in the most recent patch, but it killed Quinn, right? And it was like a 1 second, or maybe less than a second, just like that, right? He was standing on something. You could barely even see the animation, and he just insta-dies. He had like over 3,000 life or something. It was quite obviously a percentage-based explosion, which I think is something they said they weren't going to do in PoE 2. But yeah, like just in general, on-death effects are something that to do them well, they need to be well telegraphed, and they should be dangerous. Let me be clear about that, right? It should be something that's it's not always happening, but when it does happen, it's dangerous and it's very well telegraphed. And then if you die to it, that's your fault, right?
Totally agree.
And you also you don't feel bad about it because you're like, well, I should have seen that. But if it's the case where it's just like tiny animation, or in some cases no animation at all because it's obscured by other things, which is what's happening most of the time, then yeah.
Totally agree. That's what I'm talking about. Like, they solved it in PoE 2. Like, they had it on launch in PoE 2. And they were like, oh, guys, we effed up. Here, we're going to add a whole bunch more telegraphs, be very evident about that. And I thought it was in a really good place by the end of 0-2. And then it's really just with Abyss. Like, it's not anywhere else in the game, but Abyss is in every map. You're constantly encountering it, and it's so prevalent. Sorry, Sirgog, you were gonna say something.
The other one, like you guys have been mentioning the bloaters, and that I think is because you're not igniting very much that you're seeing them. If you are setting monsters around them on fire, then you will find those bloaters are harder to see. They're not super hard to see, but I have definitely noticed that because of all of the ground clutter that comes up when you fight an abyss, I have had to spec into Detonate Dead a bit. I found Detonate Dead has been a real problem solver for me because partly it's not the worst damage spell in the game. It's quite solid for damage, but I can just go, oh look, a whole bunch of corpses there that are obscuring my sight. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, sure, that's 100% my mana just gone, but I've cleared up the ground.
Right.
I can see again if there's ever anything that's making that difficult, and also you may have done some damage that's useful as well.
Definitely. So I guess as a final ultimate question on this point, PoE 2 was gonna be a game with less monsters on screen, with a little bit more telegraphed combat, and at the end, yes guys, even though some people think this is not the case, at the end you do become a god. In ARPG, you become a god at the end of the day, right? It's a slower progression there, but you do become godly. With what happened, I guess let's just look at 0-3. Is that basically thrown out? I feel like it's the point of no return, right? Where even at, I'd say starting at the end of Act 3 and in the interludes, with this Abyss mechanic, which I have admitted is very, very fun, screen is clogged with monsters. You need stuff that explodes the entire screen. You know, the boss fights can still be mechanically challenging if you're not blowing them up. But clearing packs, I mean, Act 1, Act 2, parts of Act 3, it's very deliberate, but after that, it kind of loses that sort of gameplay. Do you guys think there's any reversing that, or do you think they're just going to embrace this style of game with these mechanics like Abyss and anything going forward? Where lots of monsters on screen, you got to kill them quick before they blow up and kill you, or just kill you outright.
I think we're gonna get closer and closer and closer to PoE1 as we get toward launch, and as more stuff gets added, it's gonna start looking and feeling more like PoE1, which is what a lot of people want. And don't be scared if that's the case. But yeah, I don't see how do you go backwards from this? Really?
Right, it's really tough. It really is.
I'm not 100%
It's kind of the same way. Go on.
Breach. Yeah, like Breach went from... Breach was more intense in 0-1-0 than in 0-3-0. And Breach was nerfed to a state where it's now... Like, it is intense, but it is a step down from Abyss. And they could decide, okay, well, the current League mechanic is going to be at modern Abyss level, but the past League mechanics are going to be at modern Breach level. Or they might decide to go something different. And you could also have a mechanic. We haven't really seen this much in PoE1. I guess Arch Nemesis League, maybe. But you could have a mechanic that's more about 1 Gigajuiced rare or 1 pack of rare monsters. You could see something like that coming into PoE2 as well.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I think that they can do something that they do in PoE1 a lot, which is introduce a new mechanic for a league. It's very busted and broken and like overpowered, both in terms of what you can do with it, right, in terms of the rewards, and also the monsters and things like that are generally overtuned. That's always the case in PoE1. Like, how many times have you seen like Zizaran or Quinn die in hardcore to the league mechanic, where their character literally can't die to other content in the game because league mechanic is really, really kind of overtuned, and that's very deliberate. They do that deliberately. That is absolutely the case because they don't want to make something too easy and then introduce it, because they can't really make it like, but they can make it really hard and then pull the power down slightly.
Right.
They can do it like that, and then when Abyss goes into the core game, which is, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen, it's going to be rarer to encounter, right? You're not going to see it in every map, which means you get less crafting mats. But also, they can adjust the power level of the monsters to make it more suited to the kind of base game, and then they'll introduce something new on top, and the next league will have something else, and that will be the new overtuned, like crazy thing that everyone's interacting with, right? That's kind of the formula that they've gone with in PoE1, and it's worked for them. So that's kind of how I could see it happening. But in terms of your question about like having so many monsters on the screen in this idea of having like a more, a more simpler, I guess, gameplay style where you're just fighting like a couple of monsters at a time.
Yeah.
I just can't see that ever being a thing in PoE2. Like it's just, it feels like it's almost a fantasy in a way, because people really want that like end game where they can like massively juice maps and just like push their character build to the limit. And you can't have both of those things at the same time. It's just not. That's not how you would have to have monsters that like you'd basically need to be doing a boss gauntlet in maps for that to be a thing, right? So you're just fighting one monster at a time, and they drop like loads of loot, rather than loads of groups of monsters.
Yeah.
So
I think a fantasy is a good way to put it. It's what we see in trailers, but has that played out in game at all? Right?
Yeah.
Not really. So, and I talk about how I don't even know if I even want that anymore. Like it was a cool pitch, right? And it does feel good early game, but I mean, I guess it is evidence that I'm just having such a fun time with like Abyss, and I'm playing so much, so it must work. Like it must be what I want at least. And a lot of people seem to be really enjoying it too. So
yeah,
I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this league way more than 0.2.
It's kind of stupid.
Crazy.
Yeah, like Abyss. You said it probably going core. You guys all agree, like Abyss gotta go.
100%.
Like, come on. GG.
Yeah.
Don't toss that out.
And, dude, but what about the crafting mechanics, right? A lot of these new crafting mechanics are linked to Abyss. So are they going to give us something new next week, or are we going to go back to like Struggle City when it comes to crafting?
We might
can't
lose
go back.
The Ornament Omen, we might lose a couple of little things, but I think the core of it will remain. The big question is how accessible Omen of homogenizing exaltation is next league, whether it remains at its current reasonably generous rarity, and also how rare perfect exalts remain into the future. Do they stay? I don't know, maybe like it seems like they're maybe 6 times as rare as divines, 2.5 times as rare as the nulls, but I'm not sure. I don't know if that's been you guys' findings more in game than me. That's
you mean perfect exalt?
Yeah, it does seem like 4
I
times
believe
that's rare.
I'm trying to think of how many I dropped perfect exalt.
Sorry, Lolcohol, were you comparing that to the divine orb or to the orb of annulment?
To the divine, yeah. I can check
about 4. Yeah, about 4 times.
About 4 times.
Yeah,
but I mean that's the ultra end game. I'm talking about like desecration, which fills in that nice lower end gap. Is there going to be a replacement for that? Because that's a very important stepping stone in gear progression currently. Maybe they will have it that I don't know, 1 out of 4 maps has an abyss, and then each abyss is guaranteed that you get X number of preserved bones. Instead of now where it's like, I don't know, sometimes an abyss will drop it.
Oh my god,
dude.
dude.
Those bones are so good, man.
I know.
During the campaign.
I think they'll just rely on like the normal currency for crafting, like in terms of the campaign. Like I think they will introduce abyss in the campaign, because that's something they've been doing. Yeah, exactly. They'll just introduce it, right? They'll just say, here's the thing, and then it will spawn randomly from there on. From that, like it'll be a guaranteed spawn in one of the maps, and then it will spawn randomly.
And guaranteed bone. Hopefully,
because you don't want my bones going away. Oh, that makes me so sad. Holy crap! I don't
imagine it's like a 1 in 5% chance to get a 1 in 5 chance to get a bone from an abyss, and then you're finding like 1 abyss per 5 zones. So you're getting 1 bone per.
You can spec them. I'm assuming there'll be a precursor tablet for abyss. So,
but I'm talking about a campaign, especially that as well.
Oh, campaign! I think they're gone, honestly, and that's going to be.
You think so?
That's gonna...
But they're so nice.
So much power.
They might leave it introduced in Act 1. Like you might find it in one of these early Act 1 zones.
And then
then it spawns randomly. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
because
there might be something else that they add, or I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is this was done so much better than the Wisp mechanic. Like I am so glad that they went all out and they hit every facet that Chris laid out in his talk at GDC in 2019. Like they did crafting, they did bosses, they did an extra little dungeon, they did custom monsters, right? It was everything. I really like that, as opposed to Wisp, which really just felt like an afterthought. And honestly,
They just dunked on the Wisps, didn't they? Because they said that this is the first league mechanic, which means they basically they threw that one out. They're like,
Well,
no, that one wasn't good enough. We're not even acknowledging that was a thing.
not a thing, guys.
I think the Wisps are actually like they're a fun addition. They just weren't good as a focus of a league.
Right.
In that sense,
Yeah.
they're sort of more like rogue exiles or
Exactly.
strong boxes.
They were like an
They're
early
fine.
PoE 1 league, like a 1.0 or like a 2, even like a 1.0. I don't even think like 2.0 was pretty dang good. Some of those leagues, yeah. It was like Ascendancy, Atlas was. Oh, I guess those aren't league mechanics.
Yeah,
but
Yeah, the league mechanics back then, the simplest one was probably Essence around that era.
Right.
Essence.
And even that I mean, with all the crafting and everything, like just the talismans
very
and
cool.
stuff. Yeah, so I feel like
Talismans was a dumpster tier one early on.
Yeah.
Talismans
Yeah.
were just that was really underpowered.
I meant
Yeah,
the
but I mean,
spirits that dropped the talismans.
At
like,
the
that was
time,
pretty
do you remember at the time that was insanely innovative. It was mind blowing. Strong boxes. That was one of the first leagues, and when they announced it, I was like, this a box that you can use a crafting currency on. It was like, that is the coolest thing ever, because no other game I'd seen had done like league mechanics. So in retrospect, yeah, okay, tormented spirits and strong boxes were lame and small because we have our current perspective, but at the time that was as innovative as synthesis.
Yeah.
So
It is legitimately crazy how much content they packed into this update. Yeah, we talked about balance for 50 freaking minutes and how, it's divisive, but the amount of crap that they put into this update is kind of crazy. And the fact that PoE 1 gets a league end of October on the 24th or 31st, whatever day it launches, that's crazy. And then December.
They're going wild.
I mean, and then December, PoE 2 league. I mean, this is I think they're going to make do on it. I really do.
It looks like it.
It's crazy.
No one can say otherwise at the moment, right? I mean, I didn't expect them to be posting about PoE 1 this early into the PoE 2 league. They're just like, okay, guys, like here it is. We're confirming it. That's just crazy.
Yeah. It's almost too much. I was starting to be like, dude, when do I get a break?
Dude, that is exactly how. I saw that post and I was thinking, hold on a minute. Because do you guys remember that Chris announcement on the stage, right? ExileCon. I remember thinking, if they actually do this, I'm screwed, right? Like how can I ever do anything? I'm never going to play any other game ever again, because they're going to have like PoE 1, then there's PoE 2, and their original plan was 3-month releases, so it would have been even more ridiculous than what this is right now. But this is already crazy. Like they're already talking about PoE 1. I don't feel like I'm anywhere near done with PoE 2 yet. So yeah, it's wild.
Just do
I
what
have
I
like
do.
a massive back catalogue of games that I want to play at some point, and it looks like I'm never going to be able to play them. So there we go.
Just do what I did and only play to Act 4 in PoE 1 and get really depressed about it. And guys, I don't think we've talked about that since then. I really hope I enjoy 3.27. I don't know what the hell I was like dejected. It was really sad. So I'm going to give it a go again. I think I was just in a bad mind state, but
Can I give you a suggestion for getting through the campaign in Act 1, in PoE 1, if you're not specialized in it? Do a leveling group with someone that with just some random person that you know is like reasonably good at it, because it just feels very different to play in 2-player. You don't need to min-max it, just play 2-player for something different. And then when you get to early mapping, then just work on doing the Atlas. I don't necessarily need to follow the most optimal way, but just get through it reasonably effectively. The one thing I'm worried about, though, in PoE 2, the trade system has been really good. I think in PoE 1, it's going to feel a lot worse for a reason that people haven't really talked about much yet, and that is that it is going to absolutely transform what items are good early in progression. And it is going to make it so much more important to be one of the first 10,000 people into maps. Not just into maps, but into 17s. You are going to get the snowballing advantage from being one of the first 10,000 into 17s is going to be unbelievable in PoE 1. and that's because the player base is more optimized there. And so the way that the instant trade helps more optimized players get further ahead than they otherwise could is going to be more marked in PoE1.
Have fun, guys. I think you're right. Do you think they're going to implement it in 3.27, man? Or do you think they're going to maybe wait a little bit?
I think they have to.
You think they have to?
I actually think if they don't introduce it in 327, people are going to be really mad.
Yeah, because Sirgog, you brought something up that we completely combed over. You said that the old trade system is basically dead in PoE2. So you've tried it out and people just aren't responding. That's actually kind of fascinating.
Yeah, that was my experience. Because remember, I was behind when I was in Act 3. I was I'd had the power blackout, as well as a reasonably slow, scuffed start.
Right.
And so I'm just pinging people to trade various items that would have been upgrades, and it's like no one responding, or for almost all of them.
I mean, it makes sense. Gold is easy to get. Like, there's not a lot of friction to it. Like, yeah, I don't see people using that old system really at all. Like, is there a gate? Is there a gold gate at the very top end? Because I bought some like 8 divine items yesterday. Is there any real gold gate for people who are not really? It's kind of the non-factor.
Yeah, it's a non-factor. You can trade for mythic rare uniques at like 17,000, I think.
Yeah, I don't see people using the old system then. That's pretty wild. Do maybe one of you guys knows, do people still use TFT for like bulk trading or other sites for that? So they do. They still do that.
Now, TFTs there are mostly people use it because of their scammer blacklist.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's just because they're very ruthless at just pruning out anyone who does anything remotely dishonest. So if you're doing any sort of trade that there might be a bit of where you're taking any risks involving that, then yeah, people either use TFT. They did for a period use the old Path of Exile services Discord, but that's pretty much flopped because they're less strict than TFT on banning people, and as a result, the scammers sort of get a second chance there.
And I just realized that hasn't come out of my mouth in like almost 2 years, because I didn't go on there since what, for Settlers, for like some I sold some like services. Man, I don't think that's on my Discord list anymore.
It's not services really. Like, I mean, services.
Oh, they don't
still
do services
exist
anymore. Like the trade, because I used to sell challenges.
Trades.
Oh, it's mostly trade now. Oh, okay.
Like, to give a sense, in 326, as soon as I had like 10 divines, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to go on TFT and just buy people's entire Scarab tabs for a bit, and then sell them through Faustus.
Okay. Now, okay, guys, I have 2 things that kind of relate to Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, since we're kind of in PoE 1, PoE 2 brain right now. Okay, one of them is super simple. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, you guys. Could be a really brief topic. Path of Exile 1 has a challenge reward system. Free challenges. You complete the challenges. You get cool cosmetic rewards. Awesome. Love it. Always chase that in game. PoE 2 doesn't currently have it. Would you guys play more if challenges were implemented and you can earn like a free armor set or a free cool pet by doing certain things in the game at all? Would you be motivated by that in the slightest, or no? I'm curious.
Nope.
No,
not. But I think it is good for the game. I think they should add it.
They should absolutely add
less.
it.
Like for early access, because I think they said they'll add it in 1.0, but I think they should just do it for early access. Honestly,
I mean, they're treating the rest of the game as a full release, right? So why not?
Right. I was just curious.
Yeah, for me personally, it doesn't like. Challenges have never been a thing for me in PoE 1. Like, I just get what I get. Basically, I just if the league is really good, like I end up completing all the challenges, mostly just playing normally, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see why they shouldn't add that. Like, I think it's a cool idea. They're already doing like that. They've been doing. Maybe it's because they've been doing a lot of cosmetics for like Twitch drops and things like that.
Yeah.
It might be that
it
might be that those resources are going on that instead, right? Yeah, exactly. They've done like 3 cosmetics, right, for doing Act 1 for the free weekend. So
I think it would be so cool if you got like a cosmetic for beating Arbiter of something. I think it would push quite a few people who otherwise wouldn't to maybe try to progress their character all the way to the end game.
Yeah,
which would be
even if it's just like a hideout decoration or something. Something. A lot
cool.
of people do. They come in chat and they're like, why they no challenges? Like, I don't know.
So tell you what I would do if I was grinding your games. This is going to be considering their commercial side as well. I would have a hideout because players love hideout MTX. I would have a hideout that's available two ways. You can get it. You can get it for completing challenges, but you make an exception. This is not the way we usually do it because we're currently in early access. 90 days after the end of the league, it'll then go into the MTX store as something for sale.
Interesting.
And so that's different to what they normally do. And so it's a timed exclusive to get it, and it's also free if you can do the challenges. But if you don't do them because you don't discover the game until full release, then you haven't missed out on it forever. And in my philosophy with challenges, I generally target the grindy ones. And then once I've done the grindy ones, I then go and do the Nif Naf and trivia. So I'm sitting at 30 in Mercenaries League, but there's a lot of really low-hanging fruit. I could hit 38 with these. 40 would take quite a bit of grindy. I haven't done, 250 invitation explicit modifiers. That's so each point on that is roughly you get 1.5 per map, I think. And that's assuming you throw a lot of exalted orbs at it, which in PoE1 they're not that expensive, but they are rare. That one is something that I'm a long way off from, and I think there's another one I'm a long way off from.
I think.
30 tier 17s.
I think that would be a really crafty idea, Sirgog. I think that's really smart. Just having it appear, maybe not even 90 days after. Maybe it's just in it full release. Once it hits 1.0, we add it to the shop, but you can earn it in 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.10. You know, whenever we actually get to
0.10.
I won't. I'm sorry for putting that into the universe. We won't hit 0.10, guys.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
They seem, guys, because they've changed the definitions. No, like Jonathan, from everything I've heard, it's just now campaign. That's really the only real thing. It's campaign. Nothing else is obviously balance has to be in a good spot, but. Okay, we'll see what that happens. I think it's just they get all the accent and then they'll go into 1.0 and then they'll add classes and crap. But so I think for a lot of players, the full release won't be until they have, I think Sirgog said this before, 12 classes, 36 ascendancies, everything laid out. That's when the full game is actually out to a lot of people. The 1.0 swap is just going to be free to play in full campaigning game. So I think we might get 1.0 actually next year, given that is 1.0 now. Now, the other thing I really wanted to bring up, you guys. So, Dawn of the Hunt was a very controversial league, very, very polarizing league. I think we all talked about it at great length, whether on streams or in videos or in podcasts. 0-3, day one, seemed like it was going to be a lot of the same. But I swear, after the initial evening, going into the morning, everybody seemed to chill out a little bit and actually come to really like the game. I think a lot of that was related to maybe people swapping to secondary characters or new builds and not trying to brute force their way through the game with their initial league started idea if it was just a failed one. But I really noticed that from a lot of creators and a lot of players. Crazy initial frustration, very similar to Dawn of the Hunt. First, I'd say 12 to 16 hours, followed by everybody almost coming together and really, really liking the game. Now, I'm curious. I want to pose the question, what, aside from some extra drama on top of that, why do you guys think that was? Do you think that just the game is much better now? Do you think people are happier now that both games are being supported? Do you think it's a mix of the two? Is there some other catalyst? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it.
Can I throw a cat in the pigeons on this with my answer and go first? Because
whoa, one sec. No. Sirgog? What did you just say? Can you throw a cat in the pigeons?
Yeah, that's a normal saying.
That sounds very Australian.
What?
That sounds very Australian.
What is a cat in the pigeon? Is that throwing
He's throwing a spanner in the works, is what he's saying.
Smatter in the okay. That's very British as well, but I understand that one a little bit more. Okay, go for it.
Yeah. So here's my cat in the pigeons, right? There's this really disturbing echo chamber effect amongst content creators where I found this in 020. I was in a foul mood one day when I made a video, and as a result, it was more negative than I generally was. I would say I considered 020 early on to be a 4.5 out of 10 release. This one day I was in a foul mood and I put out a video that made it seem like it was a 2.5 or 3 out of 10. And that ended up doing substantially better financially as a content creator than the videos that were more in line with where I generally was thinking about the league. Now, content creators, a lot of them are smart people, can work this out, and so they go, okay, I need to exaggerate the current status of the game. Whether it's positive or negative, I need to exaggerate it because by doing this, I will make, you know, a video might make $350 instead of $150, or a video might make $150 instead of 60, or whatever it is. It's a substantial difference, and especially if it's your livelihood, and especially because in the content creator space, unless you're at Zizaran's level, you're not making a substantial sum of money. You know, like I think I've made minimum wage from YouTube on maybe 6 months ever. There's this really strong financial incentive to exaggerate things. Now, that happens, but then at the same time, people also do have their own honest feelings. And so there can be this tendency where you're feeling things are better. In 020, you're feeling, oh, it's a 4 or 10 release. In 030, you're thinking, it's not perfect, but it's 7.5 or 10. And then there's this tendency that says, okay, well, I'm going to say it's 3 of 10. I'm going to say it's 9 of 10. And so it makes it seem like there's a wider gulf than there is. And then we tend to be have this sense where you're as a content creator, you're somewhat of a like, not necessarily an opinion changer, but you do have an influence on opinions even when you're not really trying to. And sometimes you do try to as well, but even if you're not, you do have a bit of an influence on opinions. And when you get this real echo chamber going where 8 of 10 creators are saying this is a dumpster tier release, the other 2 you are not seeing because the YouTube algorithm isn't serving them up, because the people who saw it early ended up clicking off it really quickly. That's what happens in 020. And so you end up with this sort of, it's censorship's the wrong word, but it's sort of almost censorship where the algorithm, there's this algorithmic pseudo censorship where unpopular opinions get silenced, popular opinions thrive, and also even if you don't have them, there's a financial incentive to pretend you do. Now in 030, it's somewhat the other way around. Ultimately, I think in this case, the reality is 020 was less bad than public opinion said, even though it wasn't a very good release. 030 maybe not quite as good as the current consensus, but it's still a good release. And that's my cat among the pigeons. I'm gonna shut up and leave it to you guys now.
No, that was very sensible, dude. No, and I have a new saying now, so I'm gonna drop that right when I go out there. I'm gonna be like to my wife, yeah. So I know we're going to the zoo today, but I'm gonna throw a cat amongst the pigeons here, and she's gonna be like, whoa, what are you talking about? And it's
Don't do that.
Yeah, no, that's a good. I love it. That's a very reasonable take. I think I was like kind of shell shocked. Okay, so here was my like initial experience, and I think you're right. Like people are very positive about the league, and maybe it's created like the positive echo chamber now, just because it seems like everybody loves the league, so now it's like propagating everywhere. I was like shell shocked when I got off on day one. Like I was having crash issues, but I had so much fun. And I got off, I saw some reactions, and it was like, oh my god, it's trash. This is the worst thing ever. And everything bubbled to the top, and I was like, well, here we go again. Oh my gosh, this is going to be unfortunate. And then I like got on the next day and did the same thing. Like I played for like 10 hours, some ungodly amount, and then I got off, and opinion had like almost completely shifted, which is weird because I think you're right. Like negativity a lot of the time does really sell, and it performed way better than videos now, right? Like 0.2 videos were popping the heck off for a lot of people, especially those who had negative opinions. And I know YouTube might have had some changes with like the algorithm and all the crap, but it is fascinating to see if people did have that financial incentive. I would have thought like, and I'm sure they do, but I would have thought a lot more people would have really dug in and really tried to dig into the negativity and spread it, because I think a lot of players still are really frustrated with the state of the game, and I think that would still resonate with a lot of people, especially with the really bad performance and crashes. But that just wasn't the case, and it was kind of refreshing, and I thought it was just a little bit more of people like moderating out. But now you've convinced me with your cat and the pigeons that it's the opposite side. that it's me. I'm the white knight problem. The positive echo chamber has taken hold in 030. So I'll also stop yapping. Dreamcore, Lolcohol, what are your opinions on this? Do you guys have different ones?
I didn't feel like things were. I thought we were straight back in 0.2 for like the first week of the league. Because I kind of just
Damn.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I can't believe this is happening again. Like it's so much better, and everyone's just angry. Like everyone's just so angry. And then I realized, I was like, it's those goddamn clip channels, dude.
Oh yeah.
They just
They're bad.
post negative stuff over and over and over and over. And then all I'm seeing is like, Ziz is raging at the game. This person's raging at the game. This person's raging. And then I actually saw a comment from Ziz on another person's video who's like, why? I basically.
I gave the game a 9 out of 10. Why are you saying I hate the game?
He was like, yeah, I really like this patch. Why do you think I don't like this patch? And I thought Ziz hated the patch because all I'd seen were negative clips of him. So I popped Ziz a DM and I was like, hey, I saw your comment. I think the reason is these clip channels are using your clips. And he was like, wait, really? And like who's doing it? And then I linked him. I was like, these channels are doing it. And he was like, oh, well, that's like bullshit. I told these people to not use my clips for rage bait. And then he made a tweet about it. And now the clip channels seem to be like the next day, everyone's loving Path of Exile too. So I'm just really happy that like Ziz called them out. But at the same time, I feel like it's impossible to watch everyone's stream, right?
Oh,
I can't keep track. So you kind of watch, you're like, oh, what's everyone saying about the game? But you end up with this really, really warped perspective where it's just the worst moments for the reasons that Gog said, is that like rage sells. People want to click the thumbnail that is like, this is the worst patch ever. People want to click that. And I don't think I realized how much of an influence those shitty clip channels were having. Like, dude, GFL, that's like all the cool stuff, all the fun stuff. And now there's these dudes who they've obviously got some like program that is scraping channels for like the most popular clips, and then they just upload it to the channel. And of course, the most popular clips might be like Ziz jokingly raging out, but without context, it looks like, oh, Ziz hates the league.
Yeah.
And then Ziz is like, why do you guys think I hate the league? I like most of the time I'm saying good stuff. It's just because like 30 seconds of his last 100 hours he's been raging. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I got two things to say on this. First of all, I had the complete opposite experience this league. I don't stream, right? So I don't have that kind of influx of people coming in and saying things to me in chat. I did not go on Reddit at all on the opening weekend. I didn't pay attention to anything, and I didn't know anything about any of this rage. I didn't see it until like the Monday or the Tuesday, and it was like days old on the clips thing at that point, right? So I had no idea about anyone's sentiment towards the league. I was just really enjoying playing the game, so I just completely avoided all of it. But on the topic of the clips channels, right, the problem with that is, as Sirgog said, going sort of one way or the other in an extreme reaction is kind of going a bit off the deep end with it. Does get more views, often the case, if you're able to kind of pull up what's going on, if it's really positive or it's really negative. And the clips channels are really bad for that, because so if I put a video out saying that the game's trash, right, I'm going to get there's going to be a lot of views, but there's also going to be a ton of pushback on that, because there's always this divide, right? If a clips channel does a negativity farming video, they have no accountability at all.
Yeah.
Nobody knows who they are. They're just using everybody else's face instead of their own. And like that's just like the worst scenario, right? Because they as you said, they completely cut these things out of context. Like for the Zizaran clip, for example, that might have been like one moment where he was really heated in a stream of 8 hours plus where he was having a great time. Right. Like this is what they do. It's like Lolcohol said, they've got a crawler which basically collects the best clips from each channel, the most popular channels on Twitch for the particular game, and then they just put it into a video, and that's that. they call the video something really negative, like Path of Exile 2.
Worse than Dawn of the
0.3.
Hunt.
Yeah,
I think that
worse
was the
than Dawn of
first
the Hunt.
title.
Exactly.
I think it was like, streamers hate
Yeah.
this more than Dawn of the Hunt and everything.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
the problem is, like I said, there's no accountability there.
Yep.
Right? When someone makes a video, when one of us makes a video on these topics, we have to. We're standing by our opinion. Everybody is, but it's the clips channels are just.
Yeah, they're a scourge. They're an absolute scourge. And you know what? So in Dawn of the Hunt, especially, and in previous leagues too, I made conclusions about like certain creators. This league though, after a certain incident involving tourism, I put it upon myself to go and listen to some long form content of some of the people that I previously had conceptions about. And had seen clips of, or had seen like Reddit highlights of, right? Or reached the top of the thread. So this isn't any one person. This is multiple people. And I came to find exactly what you guys have kind of echoed here. I think people do play up certain aspects for money and everything, but a lot of the time, people are more moderated and more measured for 75% of their content or something. And the absolute worst moments, or the most, because they might be good moments too, the absolute most shareable moments are always clipped out of context, and it colors your perception of people from all sides, 100%. Like, this is 100% happened to me. I'm sure it's happened to you, Lolcohol, you, Sirgog. People will take, 30 seconds of a stream, sometimes of a video. Never happens to you, Dreamcore, because you're always right in all your takes, and you're very analytical. But for other people, you might say something stupid or be exaggerating, and people will be like, that Try Guy? Biggest white knight for GGG I've ever seen. Holy crap, that's this guy's entire persona. When that's just not true. And I thought this about some people, and I have changed my opinion since then. So I would heavily encourage everyone here to not make a complete determination about any one individual based on a 30-second clip, no matter how egregious, annoying, ridiculous it'll be. Try not to let it completely color your perception of someone. That's what I put out there.
Just think for yourself of like the most cringeworthy thing you've said in the last week, the thing you've said in anger in the last week that doesn't necessarily reflect who you are, and also something you've said that's overly positive in the last week that isn't really what you think, but it's what you felt right at the time, and then factor in that if you clip enough times, you will find things like this for anyone.
Yeah, like saying like throwing a cat at the pigeons, right? Right. No.
I honestly thought
I'm
that was
just
a worldwide
kidding.
saying. Honestly thought that. Like, I really thought that was a worldwide saying.
It is gonna, Mr. Worldwide, Sirgog. We're gonna spread it. Yeah, it is. Yep. Hopefully,
it's such a good saying.
It's a good saying.
I
like it.
It is.
I do like pigeons more than I like cats, though. So it's like,
what is wrong with you? Oh my god, I've almost kicked off 2 people from this podcast today. That's insane. That's crazy.
My street has this adorable flock of pigeons that they're sort of collective pets of the street. Everyone feeds them.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Okay.
Australian pets.
Okay.
Cute.
Let's see, you guys. Did we have anything else we wanted to touch on? I know we talked about a good chunk of things. We're a little over 2 hours here. Any other topics you guys want to
linked?
Second, I did not. You want to talk about
our Discord?
What happened
in our Discord text chat related to this call?
Okay, let me open it up. What about Ritual? Go for it. Bring it up.
Oh, like if you have a look at the comment that I made just like a couple of minutes before you started the call. It's 3 minutes before you started the call.
Let's see.
Oh, the King in the Mist?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's mega profitable. I made tons of currency doing that.
428 King of the Mist runs. What in the world? I haven't killed 400
like
pinnacle bosses in my history of playing PoE 1, PoE 2 combined. That's crazy.
Super.
You get fast at it if you specialize and you make a build that's ideal for it. But like this one's interesting. This is only the base version of it. It's really profitable, but also just it gives you a sense of the relative drop rates of all of the different omens as well. Because it looks like they're getting 2.5 or 3 omens per run, but you get to see which ones are really common, like Resurgence, Refreshment, Greater Exaltation, Gambling, and Bartering are all clearly in the most common tier. Then there's a clear next tier where they've got about 70 of them. So that's Omen of Ancients, Omen of Chaotic Monsters Rarity, and the ones for map rolling, and also Omen of Corruption, Sinistral Exaltation, Dextral Exaltation. And then there's another rarer tier beyond that, which is Omen of Catalyzing Exaltation, Omen of Amelioration. And then there's another rarer tier beyond that, which is where you start seeing some of the good stuff. Homogenizing Coronation, Homogenizing Exaltation. Actually, Homogenizing Exaltation is more common than that. It's in the tier before that. But yeah, there's like a bunch of really good stuff there. And then you've Dextral Crystallization, Sinistral Crystallization, and then you've got the rarer stuff that is actually really rare, like the Surgical Annul ones and the like.
Wow.
Really useful information. Maybe it's worth
putting in the show notes.
Chat, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it in the show notes, put it in the chat. The 30 div an hour profit is crazy. Man, that's a lot of divine orbs. Holy crap. I thought I was rich. I had 27 in my stash. I was like, oh, yeah, let's go. I now have one. But that's the richest I've ever been in Path of Exile. It felt good. I got Rakiata's Flow from my very first Eye of the Storm. It felt really good. Yeah.
I can one-up you on that one, actually. Because on like day 3 of the league, I looted a Headhunter from a Reliquary key.
What?
No way.
A Reliquary key?
In Headhunter League.
It's rotting in my stash as well. I haven't sold it, and I refuse to sell it. It's going to stay there. I'm not going to use it. I'm re-rolling SSF. That's what's happening.
Wow. Good for you, man. Good for you. Keep it in your stash. It's a prize. Okay.
Well, the thing is, right? So here's the thing, right? If I sold it when I dropped it, it would kind of trivialize the progression aspect of the game for me because it was like that early into the league, and I didn't want that. I was like, no. Yeah, it was just literally a Reddit. I usually, because I play SSF normally, right? So for me, when something like that drops, it's like I'm just immediately just going to go and open it. But I thought, hold on a minute, I'm playing trade for the first time in a long while. I'll check how much it's worth, right? The Reliquary key was 6 exalts at the time, so I thought, I'm just going to go and open it. Like, I don't care. Opened it, it's a Headhunter. At the time, Headhunter was this was how early it was into the league. At the time, Headhunter was 20 divines. I think now it's like 60 or 70 or 80 or something like that.
Yeah. You are so ethical. Look at you. Oh my goodness. Not selling it to not spoil
the thing
your
is,
progression.
like, I had this in PoE 1 as well, where I dropped a Headhunter, and it was like, oh no, it come from mappers, and I was just like, I'm just not using it, right? This was in SSF as well, by the way, because obviously in PoE 1, Headhunter is a lot cheaper these days. But I was just like, no, I just don't want it. I just don't want it. Get it away from me.
Yeah, it can ruin your fun. I had a friend who got a day 4 duped mirror from a strongbox. He quit the league within like 2 days.
Yeah,
because he just leapfrogged over like 17 points of progression, got the ultimate endgame build, and then I was like, what am I doing? Like
that's kind of why I started playing SSF in the first place.
Yeah,
for me, I always felt like it in trade. Like, and to be clear, I do think you can play trade league in a way where that doesn't happen. Like, you can be kind of I don't want to say responsible, but you can kind of try to experience the progression in a more natural way. Like, you can use the trade site to offset a bit of bad RNG and stuff like that. But what I found is that in my early days playing PoE, like when I used to play Trade League, I would just, the progression curve was basically just gone, right? And I would just get really powerful very quickly, and then it would ruin my enjoyment of the game. So
yeah,
that's kind of why I started playing SSF in the first place. But I'm actually really excited to play SSF in this league now in PoE 2, because in my opinion, SSF wasn't great in the previous leagues, and now that they've introduced some really good crafting, I'm kind of interested to see. I'm almost a bit disappointed that I didn't start SSF this league, but I really wanted to try trade, and trade is so good with that new introduction. It's just so good.
You are going to find that some of the things that are really cheap and really powerful in trade aren't going to be options.
True.
Yeah,
it's always the case, especially with some unique stuff. Now, before we close out, guys, I'm curious. So you're restarting Dreamcore, and I know Lolcohol, you're starting another character. So given, PoE 1's league launch is at the end of October, people don't seem to be done with the PoE 2 league, which is really cool. What are we all gonna play for our second characters? I know, Sirgog, you're gonna get past Waystones and everything. But Dreamcore, Lolcohol, what are you guys going to play for your second characters? Do you have any ideas yet? Oh, did I lose internet? Everyone's frozen. Chat, did I disconnect, chat? Or did Discord crash? My internet appears to be fine. Oh, did Discord crash? Discord! No! Oh. Okay. Well, let's give it a moment. I'll cut this. Let me do the big clap. Beep. I beeped instead of clapped. All right. So Discord is currently down, guys. That's for my edit video. Here, I wonder if I restart the call, if that'll fix it. Here, one sec. Let me see if I restart the call, if it'll fix it. Join video call. New call. Maybe I'm working. Oh, new
Working.
call. New call worked.
Hello?
Hello. Lolcohol just peaced out.
He's gone.
Yeah,
He's
Lolcohol
literally
is
like,
gone.
enough.
podcast over. All right. Well, I was gonna ask before Discord tried to F us. What's your second character gonna be? Dreamcore, do you have any ideas? An SSF.
Yeah, so, I'm doing something really weird for my SSF character. So back before the thing. Wait, I need to turn off your stream audio. Yeah. So back before the league launched, I was really interested in mortar cannon, right, which looked really cool. But I didn't even know exactly. I wasn't confident with how it was going to work, and how it turns out that it works in the game is basically the best possible scenario. Every time you use mortar cannon, it like refreshes the charges of the grenades. It can use as many as you have, and then it has like boosted cooldown recovery, so you can continuously place totems, right? And it just uses all the grenades. So I'm doing something really weird, right? I am gonna try and play flash grenade as a main skill.
Oh my.
Okay, so here's the idea behind that, right? Flash grenade, main skill, mortar cannon on a Titan, because Titan has a branch which is all about heavy stuns. Okay, so you can kind of get to stun faster, and then you have 50% more damage against stun targets. So I'm going to kind of lean into that a little bit because it's a pure physical damage grenade. We can do like armor break on heavy stun, and then you can like really go into that with there's like a new sundered armor debuff on Sunder, which basically works the same as armor break, and it's scaled with armor break stats as well. So yeah. And also, as the guy's saying in chat, yeah, I'm actually going to be wearing sunglasses to play that
I
build.
was gonna say, dude, flash grenade? Oh my god. We think that the other
Yeah.
ones are bad. Jeez, man.
Yeah, I will actually be wearing sunglasses.
Thermal
straight up.
light
You know what
screen.
it is?
Yeah.
It's global illumination. I played PoE 2 for the first time with global illumination, and oh my goodness, the game's so pretty. But that's what causes the flashbang effect. Because I had so many people in my chat like, dude, I can't. Flashbang's like, it's making my eyes hurt. I'm getting a headache playing this build. I was, what are you talking about? And then I turned up my graphics. I was like, oh shit, like this is really bright. So if you want to do that, you can just like make the game a little bit less pretty.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so Dream, that sounds pretty cool. Lolcohol,
Yep.
I think I know what you're gonna play. I saw your stream title, I think yesterday, but everybody else, what did you
yeah.
decide on? Are you doing the blood one?
Yeah, I want to do Blood Mage Reap. I don't think I've done like I haven't really done a caster deep into the end game. So I really want to do a caster. And then from there I want to test a few different archetypes, like take a melee build into the end game. But I'm really itching for some HC. I think currently it's this is gonna sound like so streamer elitist, but
Bring it
a
on.
lot of the game feels like really a bit too easy right now for certain builds. So either what I need to do is increase the challenge by playing like a less good thing, which is fine. I will do that. But HC feels like a really good challenge right now.
Have you
'cause-
tried
and I-
playing Deadeye on a dance pad? Maybe you could do that.
Yeah, maybe do that. Softcore Deadeye on a DDR pad. Maybe
There you
that's
go. Dude, Might
There we
work.
go.
Okay. You're on a Roa. All right. So you're controlling your Roa via the dance pad too, right? Maybe the middle slam is the lightning arrow. It could work, man. It could be very entertaining,
sounds
and
good.
you could get really fit at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Good exercise. I'll think about it.
Okay.
But there's kind of like for a lot of builds, there's a you get to a point with your gearing where you're like, what's the point of getting more damage or
Hmm.
because you're killing a boss, you're killing like Uber Arbiter in under a second, and then you say, "Do I
am
need more damage?"
so bad, guys. I did ethical arbiter for the first. It wasn't Ubiter. Ubiter arbiter. Wow, goodness. Ubiter.
Ubiter.
Yeah, Ubiter. But it was ethical. It was a 2-minute fight. I felt like Quinn. It was really good. I was doing all the mechanics and everything on my Halapal monk. I can only imagine how long Uber arbiter will take. Although I spent those 26 div, my damage went through the roof. So maybe I will experience this quick arbiter run. We'll find out.
I've got something to say about Arbiter. This is like a complaint, okay?
Oh, shoot. Go for it.
Level 94 character, right? My Pathfinder. I haven't seen a single Citadel, and there's none
I haven't
in the forum.
either. I haven't
Not
seen either.
one single Citadel. I had to buy my fragments.
Really,
same.
dude?
I still
Zero
have not
Citadels.
seen one.
I'm very close to one already.
Get wrecked,
I don't
guys.
know
Look
what-
at that.
I've looked all over the fog as well. Zero
That's insane.
Citadels.
Okay, so I
Nothing.
found one group of citadels, but that's it, which is pretty crazy. I'm level 92, I think. So they must have decreased the spawn rate of citadels then, because they're
There's
now all
something
grouped
weird.
together. But that's odd. That's kind of crap. I'm still of the mindset that first citadel, at least the first, should be freaking deterministic. They should
Yeah,
say,
100%.
bam, it's straight north or west or whatever. There's the citadel group. You head toward it. So by like level 89, 90, you're facing Arbiter or something. At the latest, honestly. And if you beeline, maybe even earlier.
I
agree,
maybe
and
once you finish the final like corruption, the tier 15 corruption, you should get access to the normal arbiter, and then it like explains to you need to like look for the citadels to then do it like again. Would that be a way to do it?
That's
I don't know.
RNG
That'd be
still,
good.
though, right, guys?
Well, the corruption is a lot less RNG though, isn't it?
Man, I've only found
Yeah, corruption's not really RNG. It's
Yeah, no, that's close. But I've seen some people in chat like, how could you not have found one? I found 9 sets of citadels.
Oh, that's wild.
And they're lower level than me. And other people, I've found 4. It's like I've beeline down trying to look for it, and they just do
same.
not spawn.
Yeah.
Did you have investigated this for some individuals that have bug reported it? Because I had a bug report to make recently about a different issue, and this like I noticed that, and I was like, I'll have a look, and because there was a GGG response, and they'd gone and looked at someone's account that had made a bug report and just said, "Yeah, you have just genuinely been unlucky. We can see citadels. You're reasonably close to them. I'm not going to tell you where, but you're reasonably close to some."
Yeah, that's how I expect it is. It's like you go down and you're just frustrated, like, but you've just gone in the wrong direction. They are there. They're just so close, but you just not, you just don't find them.
I think
But
there's...
it is. I think right now it's a little bit. It's not quite there in terms of because it feels like at that level you should definitely have fought the normal arbiter right at that stage.
Yeah, I still think the first set deterministic and make them a little less rare, personally. So hopefully they do that so we can see some.
You
more
could just
citadels.
have it drop as a unique map, a guaranteed unique map that you put in the realm gates, and then it teleports you there or something. It's very easy to sort out.
Yeah. Hey, endgame 0.4 expansion is supposed to be this. They've said it multiple times in multiple interviews after 0.3. 0.4 is going to be very endgame focused. So we're going to go full copium. We're going to get an awesome league like Abyss. We're going to get an endgame edition, and we're going to get the Druid. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so exciting. It's going to be 80% player base in the strength int part of the tree. It's going to be so fun. Oh, I'm so excited.
I hope you're right.
Oh,
I
it's gonna be
hope
so
you're right.
I think one of the things that I'm most interested about that because I'm not really like a huge druid. Like I'm gonna play it, but I'm not that excited about the class in particular. But the thing that I'm really excited for is them addressing that section of the tree.
Yeah.
Because they're adding a class there. They're gonna have to look at that section of the tree and like make adjustments because it is so incredibly garbage, right? And most of the stuff in that section of the tree isn't great at the moment.
My
Because they
other
haven't
hope,
really
you
looked
touched
at
on
it,
it
so-
too, is that they add a few more like another ascendancy or a couple, maybe even fill out the set to that part of the tree, and even like the north side. Like SORC doesn't have her third yet. She doesn't have her third. Warrior's all good. Like there's no ascendancies over there. So I don't know. The good classes are going to get more ascendancies. That's kind of crazy actually. So like Ranger's going to get another ascendancy, Huntress. So,
Surely they'll
I mean,
drop
we've
Druid
got
with
5
3, right?
north already. I don't think it's necessarily the case that we need the 6th one anytime soon.
I think Chrono and Stormweaver are a little boring. Is that just me? I have seen one really cool Chrono build, an Incinerate Chrono. I saw like a highlight reel of it, like killing pinnacle bosses. They just freeze the pinnacle boss, they T-pose, and then incinerate. It's actually pretty funny.
While we're talking cool builds, can I just plug the coolest thing I've seen on Path of Exile builds 2 recently? This is the character that is currently 19th on the hardcore solo self-found ladder, although they're dead. Lime's Unethical Titan. And this character just looks so awesome. It is a ridiculously high energy shield Chaos Inoculation Titan.
Of course.
And the Reddit had I posted a link in our chat, but the Path of Exile builds 2 Reddit had a small write-up by the person who's come up with it. It just looked like such a fun setup.
All right, I'll link that in the show notes below. Fizz Fire Titan, 20,000 energy shield, Chaos Inoculation, Evasion. My goodness. Just
did go
jumping
splat
around,
somehow.
throwing Storm Forge Hammer. Forge Hammer looks pretty sick, but I haven't touched it. It looks cool, but gotta give it a go.
I'm actually thinking this is something I'm considering giving a go to because it just looks so cool.
Heck yeah.
That looks super fun.
It's an area of the tree that no one's in, and well, I mean, it's not like it actually stays in that area of the tree, but it does somewhat of a skill grimmage across the whole passive tree. But it's just really cool.
Very cool, you guys. Very cool. All right, despite that little technical hiccup at the end, I think we are good to go. Dream, Lolcohol, Sirgog, thank you guys all so much for coming to another episode of the Pod of Exile, and thanks everybody in the live chat and watching this as a VOD on YouTube for watching. Make sure, if you haven't already, go check out all these guys' channels, all their videos, their streams. They are great. They'll be in the description below. And if you haven't already, why the heck haven't you subscribed to this channel where the Pod of Exile is hosted? And why haven't you liked the video? You are 2 hours and 25 minutes into it. You really should like the video if you're spending that much of your time giving it a watch, so that we know that you want to see the next one. Okay, guys, thanks so much. Let's say peace out. Thanks to Mobalytics for juicing this podcast. We really appreciate it. I think we're going to continue having fun in 0-3, and we will see you guys probably for a dissection of the end of the league and what's happening with PoE 1 in about a month's time. Thanks, everybody, so much.
Sounds good.
Bye. See ya.
Cheers.
All right, video cut. Slight technical problem with Discord, but awesome chat, you guys. Thank you so much. I looked at the time when we were talking about the balance, and I was like, oh, whoa, 45 minutes. What? That's crazy. we were just ranting. I was like, wow. Okay, but I think people will find it pretty compelling. It's a pretty interesting topic. So hopefully they're not like, balance for 45 minutes. I'm out. I sleep. So, no, it was good.
I mean, I think it's a big topic.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Biggest
Your video dream. Holy shit. I'm also... I don't know if you understand. I'm glad it popped. I know that you were like upset.
Yeah, me too.
I broke the curse there.
You
dude.
broke the freaking curse, man. I'm glad it popped. I finally watched it yesterday. It was really well done, and it was like watching Flubgun's build. I was like, oh my god,
that's ridiculous, dude.
Christ, man. I literally don't.
It is
watch.
crazy though. Like looking at, so I mean, obviously. Like Waggle's build is really good, by the way. The one that I put,
I saw that.
There. But you can just see the
Volcanic
difference,
Vision.
right?
That one, right?
Like it's crazy. Like that was his like min-maxed version of the build, and it's a really good build. But the Deadeye one is just it's ridiculous, dude. It's just like running at full movement speed, just right-clicking, everything's just dying.
On the Roa. On the freaking Roa. What is with that Roa?
I don't know about the Roa, guys. Okay, I don't know about the Roa.
We didn't even touch on the Roa, but
the Roa's got to go, guys. I'm sorry.
Like,
They
the-
buffed it this league as well, which was just
Dude.
mad.
dude.
It wasn't
Yeah.
a big buff, but still, it should have been. It should have taken Fireball's nerf.
Either they remove the Roa or they add an elephant tortoise mount for warriors. Because how cool would that be? Those monsters in Act 4 on Whakapanu Island? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let
But then
me
it has
ride
to make you
those.
go slower. It's a tortoise, so you go slower. It's reduced movement
Okay,
speed.
but
And you deal less damage on it.
but you get armor instead. So it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Armor is
How
actually.
about-
I know
about you can
armor's
ride
kind of
the
good,
rower?
especially if
What
you
about
can
if you
scale
can
it.
ride the rower with a mace though? Like you ride the rower with a mace and you like whack people like on the side of the mace, right?
Yeah.
Rolling
that's-
slam on Roa
like
would be
awesome.
kind of sick, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Like the rower does like a barrel roll and you just like
Oh,
land
see, I was
on-
thinking you kind of like do kind of like a slam as you're going like this, kind of like wow, you know. But the Roa rolling is cool. I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
No, but Roas, why can't you use crossbows on Roas? What is this? This is egregious.
Yeah,
Come on,
that
add
that is
crossbows.
yeah, that is a bit
It's
weird.
too loud. Too loud. It'll scare it.
Oh,
That's what I.
maybe true. Maybe true, dude. It's a little gun shy. I get it.
I also I got that. I was like, oh sweet, I've got some extra spirit. I'm gonna throw on a rower, and then I was like, wait.
Yeah.
You
Read
can't,
the
yeah,
gem.
sad.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the rower. I think that's something that's it's kind of one of those things that it doesn't align with like the way they were trying to design the game like way back when. Maybe they just are not in that mindset anymore, and they're not really. But it just feels like it's completely opposite to what they wanted this game to be like.
Yeah,
That-
there's
Oh,
been
yeah.
quite a few contradictory things like that. Where I remember there was an interview where someone asked Jonathan about crafting, and one of his things was like one of the core philosophies is there must be no destructive crafting, and I was like, what is an annul? What is a chaos orb?
Yeah,
And
that
I'm like,
that
why,
is so fundamentally changed. Really has.
I don't understand. But you know what I have changed my opinion on is I don't think we need scours anymore.
Oh yeah,
Just
for
give
sure.
us-
For
yeah,
sure.
we
Yeah.
don't need that.
You've
So
changed my
I-
mind
I
on
mean-
alts with the waiting discussion. I think that because
That-
I think
that
that's
was
my problem.
smart.
I think that's my
Mm.
problem because I'd be like so scared that I'd have to like engage with it. But if it's a top end thing where it's just the alts are rare and you can engage with that, right? Either if you're farming it or
Yeah.
buying it, like I get that. That's
And you get the
I was
perfect
thinking more about that.
grader.
And I reckon you could have a standard alt that's the same rarity as a greater exalt. You
Yeah.
could have
Yeah.
a greater alt that is the same rarity as a divine orb. And you
Yeah.
could have a perfect alt that is at least as rare as an orb of chance. Orb of chance is the rarest of the base currency. So it was...
I think that's too rare because then you're just still gonna go for the base. If it's as rare as a divine, then you're still gonna base spam, won't you?
Well, you've just got various options. The thing is
I
that you're
guess
not
so.
getting... You're getting to this spot where if you want to just dabble with alts, you have enough of them to do a little bit of dabbling, but not enough to dominate crafting. And then you've got the higher tier ones as options as well, which sort of mimic an annul and an Uber augmentation.
Yeah, true. I guess I don't know. They'll probably figure it out. They'll figure it out.
You know what they're probably
The
gonna
fact
do,
that-
Lolcohol? They're gonna
Yeah.
introduce scours via some ridiculous league mechanic, kind of like how we go to the Well of Souls to unveil stuff right now. I bet they're gonna do that with Scout. I could see that happening. Or what if they did like a kind of Diablo 2 style thing? And I didn't know this was a thing in Diablo 2 until I actually like played it relatively recently, where you can like talk to the Smith girl in Act 1 and forge a super powerful item. What if they have like a quest reward where you can scour one item
It's
throughout
like
your
the
entire
imbue,
character's
but-
life? Like, oh my god, like
That would be bad.
Oh,
That was
wouldn't that be so bad?
Dude,
I-
when I was a kid, the imbue quest, I would get an item and I would go to Chassis and imbue it, and if I got a bad thing, I would like flip the power on the CPU before it could save
Wow.
and do that
Yeah.
like 50 times. And holy, I must have,
really?
I must have done so much damage to the computer as a
Dang.
kid.
You know, something we didn't talk about, and this might be a me thing. The optional buffs in the campaign and interludes. Guys, I totally missed the 7 pillars one until yesterday.
Oh.
The
Oh, yeah,
three-
that
Should
one.
have
Yeah,
read my
yeah.
guide.
I could.
Isn't that one like the last time I looked at that? Like it shows you some buffs, but then it gives you some extra buffs. Like on top of those, it doesn't show you. Like when you look at the thing, it's
Oh.
like because there's some like
Oh.
basic buffs, right? Like there's like one buff for each. There's 6 pillars with like, one buff,
Yep.
and then there's one pillar with like all of those negatives
And 5% XP. Yeah.
yeah.
Which is crazy.
But then I saw some post. I think it might have been on the Reddit about like the buffs. They give you some other stuff as well, but it's not disclosed. Maybe that
didn't
was
know
just
that.
yeah.
Maybe I did use
What do
your
you-
guide
what-
on Mobalytics, by the way, Lolcohol, because I saw somebody talking about it on Reddit, and I was like, what is 7? Like, I saw an image, and they didn't explain like where it was, and I was like, what the heck is this? So I searched PoE 2 7 pillars. Lolcohol's Mobalytics.
It's a
guide
visual bug.
popped
Oh,
up.
it's a visual
It's a
bug.
visual bug.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Because I couldn't see it. So it's a visual bug. Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally
Yeah,
got
yeah.
those 15% increased defenses. I think my energy shield went up by like 250.
Yeah,
or
that's what
something.
I got as well. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really nice.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I've fully explored Act 4 and the interludes just to get that list out on day 1.
Yeah, heck yeah, man.
And I've actually been using it myself. I've been like, wait, where's that one again?
Nice.
On my new character.
Nice.
So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
The interludes they really nailed as well. I think like for something
did.
that's temporary, they don't feel temporary.
Oh, damn it. That's the topic that I wanted to get in. Maybe we'll do it next chat. The whole like
I don't think we didn't even discuss Act 4, right?
No, we didn't
No,
even
we
discuss
didn't.
Act 4. Well, guys, we can do one more. We can do a post-mortem of the league. But yeah, like the interludes and everything. I actually enjoyed those massively, and I've seen some people pose, because I'm for playing through the campaign and not skipping directly to maps. I saw like an idea where if GGG wanted to be like introduce alternate leveling paths, like they just create interludes. Like if you complete the campaign once, you could just create like a set of like, could even be like, and I know this sounds crazy, but like imagine in 3 years, like 20 interludes, and you can like choose a path to level to the end game if you don't want, because they're minimal story, right? It's basically just killing bosses and monsters. The dialogue options are almost nothing. So it's very different from the campaign where you have to flip through all the dialogue. You have to do all the optional stuff, so
okay.
that might be kind of interesting. That's way better than just going to maps, in my opinion. So let's look at that progress. But
I don't know what the whole solution is, like why some people hate the campaign so much.
people
I think
hate
it's
it so
that
much.
they get the enjoyment out of like we need someone on the podcast who can explain it, because I don't think that will solve the problem.
There's like I think it's clearer when you think of PoE 1, and there is definitely a section of the player base that doesn't really have fun until they have the 5 Scarab unlock and like 100, maybe 110 Atlas bonus.
Yeah.
Now, in PoE 2, it's kind of a different split. In PoE 1, you have a clear halfway through that process is killing Katava in Act 10. It may not be half for every player, but it's something like half. And then after that, you've got you start getting a lot more agency over what you're farming, even as you're going through the Atlas, even though there's now pretty clear, everyone agrees on the best way to do it. But if you want to just, be like, oh, I want to take a break, I'm going to do some Abyss stuff while I'm leveling because I want to break from efficiency, you can do that. You don't have much agency for quite a while in PoE 2. And I think the solution is actually what they did in Act 4, where they're like, here's a Delirium intro, here's an Expedition intro, except we're kind of hiding it. All that sort of stuff is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like that. Yeah, that was pretty sweet. I just wanted to bring this up, guys. I did a poll the other day, and I know my audience is PoE 2 lovers, right? But it had 7,500 votes on YouTube. And I was basically saying, campaign skip, no campaign skip, a mixture of something, and leave a comment below what your mixture was. That's 338 comments on a YouTube poll from 2 days ago.
That's crazy.
7,000.
Polls go pretty off sometimes.
Say again?
Polls do well on YouTube sometimes.
Yeah, they do incredibly well.
I'm one of the 38%.
You're one of the 38%? Oh, yeah, I also voted.
Yeah, me
38%.
too.
That's where I am.
My idea for a middle ground would be that permanent buffs that you unlock apply to all characters that league.
Yep.
And then you combine that with twink gear, like leveling
Right.
uniques and support gems, dude, you would go so much faster. And
But
so many people.
But do you get the buff immediately spawning, or do you only get it in that?
Yeah.
act?
In the act.
No,
You want to get it. You want to get it immediately.
No, in the
At
act.
the start.
I
you
saw.
say in the act.
No way.
Not at the start. Because you'd have
Okay,
it'd be,
so per
like,
act.
yeah, like when
complete
you
the act,
enter
in the
get
act,
it.
yeah,
Yes.
okay, in the act.
when you enter
Okay,
Act
yeah.
1, for example,
Okay.
you'd have like 10% fire, or is it 10% fire res from the candle
Cold
guy,
res,
2 skill
yeah.
points, right? And then when you get to Act 2, you get those, but so on and so forth. I think
Okay.
that is an interesting middle ground. That's one that I was like, okay, on subsequent characters, as long as you did the quest. Like they're
Yes,
kind of
yeah.
like the salvage bench, where if you unlock it
Pantheons.
once,
Mhm.
you unlock it
Yes.
on all your characters, right? For that league. I thought that was a pretty
Yeah.
cool middle ground idea. It's kind of like what they did with Diablo 4 and the statues of Lilith.
I've seen
so.
people say like, "Oh, unlock all waypoints." Like, dude, that you're just gonna end up at level 14 in Act
No,
4.
yeah.
Like, that doesn't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
that
solve
would be a
anything.
disaster.
Can you imagine how like terrible that would look like if you're watching a stream of some guy just
Yeah,
click waypoint to waypoint, do this waypoint to waypoint, like in the
That's-
campaign, it would just
Yep.
be so disjointed as well.
100%.
yeah. So
there-
I think
There's a lot of opinions
There's-
about this, but yeah, I'm of the mindset that like they wanted to make this a really enjoyable experience, and that's the thing. I think it is, and it's a part of the game too. That's the other
Yeah.
thing. It is a part of the game, but I think a lot of people are really pressing on the fact, and I think a lot of them, this is I think a PoE one brain thing, or just an ARPG player thing, that it's going to take a super long amount of time forever. Not true. Like people with Act 4 were like, "Oh my god, longest act. This is crazy. Way too long. The campaign has stretched out to a really large degree." I really don't think that's true. And once you've like ran it a few times, I think it's going to be pretty
it's
short.
really quick.
It is
yeah.
quick.
Yeah, it's gonna get fast.
Yeah,
It's gonna get way
like
faster.
because of that.
Practice.
It's like you get someone that's a rookie in PoE 1 and you ask them,
Oh.
all right, clear up everything up to and including 4 void stones in the Feared.
Oh god.
That's going to take them forever.
Yep.
How long does it take the best hardcore solo self-found players to do it? And obviously that's with 2 hard modes in play. It's like 15 to 18 hours to do the whole Atlas.
Softcore.
That's crazy.
plus the Feared.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And people don't realize that it's like the player base as a whole is just extremely inexperienced.
Oh yeah.
Some people they're
Act
like,
4
"Oh yeah,
is so linear. All the maps are so linear, you guys. I don't know if people realize this, but every single map in Act 4, you like it's point A to point B. There's not a lot of it's not like Act 3, in my opinion. Where Act 3, there's like, oh, you can go in many different directions.
I think Act
Can
3
I
is
say it's
super
Act 2
easy."
that I loathe at the
I
moment?
think
though.
Act
Yeah,
3
Act
is so
2.
long. What is wrong with me?
Act 3, you just hug the walls in like the open areas and you find the thing, and then the interior
Yeah.
areas have a pretty deterministic layout.
Whereas
That's
2
very
is
easy to
so
follow.
many load screens. So many
2
load screens.
is, dude,
Mm.
2 is so long.
There's a lot of things in Act 2 that are just kind of annoying, like the immediately when you go into the town, then you have to go to see the Helene gates, and the Helene gates is blocked. Okay, now I need to go back, and then there's another load screen. Now I need to go to the thing again, click that.
Yeah.
Now I need to go. It's just like you're getting like 6 or 7 load screens immediately as soon as you enter Act 2. Like
The desert
Yeah.
it must be blinding me, because like I love Act 1 and 2, but Act 3 like it's in my opinion it's like Act 4, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and Act 3 is like way down here to me. I don't know what it is about that.
for me, it's like
Two and three are close
it's that
to me.
order for me, but
Yeah.
Act 2 and 3 are down there.
Way
Like,
down there?
For me, Act 1 and 4 are like peak, but they're like really, really good. And then Act
Yeah.
2 and 3 need a lot of work, in my opinion.
It just feels like there's too many areas. There's like a couple too many areas where you feel, oh, I'm kind of at the end of Act 2, and then you're like, oh wait, no, I still have to go through that section before I do that, and then I can do that. Because there's like the Halani gates, and then you go through the quarry, and then you're like, okay, sweet, now I go to Keth. And you're like, oh wait, I still have to go through the Halani, the Trader's Passage, and then the tower, and then you get to the end of that, and then you can do Keth and whatnot. But it kind of feels like if 1 or 2 areas got just like cut out, it would feel a lot smoother. Or just if the area size got reduced a bit. I don't know. Or if they just put more cool stuff in, like Jonathan says, which I think is right. If an area is large, but there's enough cool stuff in it, then it just ends up feeling like 2 areas in one
Yeah.
without a load screen. So,
Although then you
but
do have the issue of of you doing a lot of content at the same monster level in a row.
yeah, and then you're going to end up over leveled, and then they might go. I mean, like what they did with PoE 1, there were a lot of zones that got cut out. There was like between Prisoner's Gate and Mervale's Caverns, there used to be an area called this. What was it, like Strand or something?
The
That was full
coves,
of
I think.
tar. The coves, yeah. That ended up getting just cut once they added
Chamber
in
of
the
Sins
newer acts.
3, all those sorts of places that got trimmed. Yeah,
Mm.
that was needed. Like that's the thing though, that when they went from 3 acts to 4 acts, they had to do that. And then when they went from 4, they went straight to 10, so they ended up getting that pretty right. And I don't think they've trimmed any zones since that point.
Yeah, it's going to be. I thought that Act 4 wasn't going to be as polished as the other acts, right? Especially Act 1. And shockingly, maybe it's stupid in retrospect, I feel like they just applied a lot of the learnings from Acts 1 through 3 to Act 4, and it feels as polished as Act 1 to me. Or at least as tight. And I was very surprised at that. I thought it was going to be a little jank. So,
they're going to have to do a lot of work to top Act 4 with Act 5.
Right. Hey, yeah, Act 5, Act 6, man. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
I
Act 6 is. I think Act 6 is going to get there because I think they're going to go for a bit of a different design, like style wise. It's going to be more. Hyped. I actually kind of expect it to be more like Monster Hunter. You're just fighting boss after boss after boss, but it's not as long.
Yeah.
But Act 5 is going to be another sort of story driven, act like the others. So
I've heard
I think
from some insiders that Act 6 is about 40% of the other acts.
Yeah. Exactly. That makes sense, right? Because it's like this epic conclusion. They want to kind of make it really. They don't want to dull it down with lots of moving between areas and things like that. They just want it to be really front-loaded, epic.
Oh, guys, that's so exciting! Oh my god, it's gonna be so good.
That's what 10 is in 1. Like 10 in PoE 1.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily do it super fast because it's miles harder than 9 unless you're really strong. And so you do have that sense of slowdown. But if you can do it at full speed, 10 is really fast. It's by far the fastest in 1.
Yeah. It always feels like if I get there really late, I'm always like, doesn't matter because I can just do this super fast. Like I'm gonna push through. I'm gonna finish Act 10. It always feels super quick. As long as I don't go and kill.
I need to head off anyway.
Valenta. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the podcast, you guys.
Yeah, good chat,
really
guys.
Appreciate it. Well, we'll chat later, okay, you guys? I'm gonna go kill Geonor. Cheers. Bye, you guys.
Go. All right.
See ya.
See you,
Sirgog. See you, Lolcohol. All right, chat. W or L? We're gonna play for 15 minutes. We're gonna kill the Act 1 boss on our SORC, and then we're hopping off. W or L, chat? Did you guys enjoy that? Also, you were here live. You get a little bit of the extra juice, right? Because that's not gonna make the main episode. So, did I make the main episode? No, probably not. Probably not. I don't know. I don't have a lot of time to edit, unfortunately, because I'm going to the zoo. Maybe I'm gonna throw some cats at the pigeons though with my wife. Maybe I'll throw. It's like a wrench into the works, right? Throwing a wrench into the works. That's the American saying, right? Okay, that was pretty cringe. That could probably be cut as a very cringe thing. www. Nice. The past was the best bit. Oh man, got some hot takes. I saw that Alan likes Act 3. Absolute madman. But your opinion is your opinion. Uritz Tarot, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. Pinnacle 94, thanks for T1. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, thank you guys. All right. Yes, cause chaos. Yep. Okay. Also, I saw somebody saying that I was giga positive about Perry during Dawn of the Hunt. I don't know if you're still in the chat. Did you watch my stream? I was pissed about Perry because I was trying to make Frostfang work, or Fangs of Winter work, and Perry was terrible. You must be misremembering my stream because I really wanted to make that skill work, but you had to parry to get it to work. And it felt horrible. I don't. If I was giga positive about parry, then I apologize, because my memory is like, Fangs of Winter looks so cool. Oh, but you need to parry to make the big burst of damage. Oh my gosh, parrying sucks. Maybe I'm completely shot. I might be totally wrong on that point, but yeah, Lolcohol, thanks for joining, bro. That was really fun. Same with you, Sirgog, Dreamcore. Okay. All right. Like I couldn't do the parry thingy. Like, I understand it's possible, but it was too clunky for me. All right. All right, can we down the act boss? Maybe. We're gonna find out. Yeah, I really hate that for that spell to work, you're forced to parry, and parry just has to be active all the time. It's super rough. Yeah, because you have to play it against trash mobs. Well, it's just not meant to be a core skill, which is really, really unfortunate, because I think it's a really cool skill. Do I have some... Oh, yeah, I could do this. Zenith? Pierce. Let's do Pierce. Anything else from the chat that I wanted to elaborate on as we finish up here, guys? No, I think it was a really good chat. Yeah, I wanted to talk more about the campaign, but I think we touched on everything that that was really poignant and pertinent. So, oh, we did not talk about Sprint. No. See, we got a lot of stuff we can still talk about. So with our wrap-up episode. So, what's my plan for the SORC? I'm going to go Ice if I can. That is basically my plan right now. Also, I need to get Firewall going. That's very important. So my sparks actually deal damage. But I'm in SSF right now. We're just trying out some stuff. Seeing if it works. What do I mean, Ice? You need all elements for infusions? Yeah, we're gonna see how that feels. Because I've been hearing that you need to play a piano to make it work. Well, I'm not a pianist, so if that is the case, then we're really gonna struggle, you guys. I have not seen any SORC gameplay. WASD and piano, good luck, holy moly. Yeah, I'm not a pianist, so if I actually need to play the piano, I'm probably going to bounce from the SORC pretty quick. I don't like all the infusion and you have to go to collect them. Yeah, I didn't like that with Acolyte Chayula. That you had to go collect all the infusions or the flames. So if this is a bunch of the same, I might not like this either. We'll see. I'm reserving judgment. I'm playing for myself. Okay? Alright, but we're going to get Geonor down, I swear. What are fun starters? I really liked Hollow Palm. Hollow Palm Invoker is really fun. I'd highly recommend that. Okay.
I know what this is, and it is not good.
Okay, do we have... Oh, I don't have anything on Frostbomb? That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. Spark. There's no freezing shards. Okay. Alright, here we go. Controller is much better for the pianist builds. Alright, guys. Boss fight time. Here we go. I am under level. I am under level. So we're going to see how bad this goes. Music up.
Kill her, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
I think not, Mad Wolf.
Easy prey. Great wolf, have you?
Yeah, my damage is definitely right now way lower than on my monk. I wonder if I'm going to run out of mana flasks, guys. That might be what happens. I might legit run out of mana flasks. I'm definitely going to get all the mechanics, which is always cool. I love actually having the mechanics. So it's kind of like what happened with Sirgog, where he said he actually got to engage. I'm a vision enjoyer when it comes to the bosses, yeah. That was really bad. I actually got trapped there. I'm actually kind of shocked.
To do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
Oh, what? What?
I know what this is.
What? No, 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 no. I actually died. One sec. I'm gonna check Una. Does she have any items for me? Let me just check, guys. Okay, spell damage, cast speed. That's not plus level to skill gems. Plus level anywhere. No plus level. Okay, so we're going in with this stuff.
Seems shadows haunt us both.
Oh, that's nice. Gotta well it up. Check Renly. We're checking vendors, guys. Oh wow, that's really bad. I didn't realize how bad my my armor was. Holy crap. Ooh. Oh, doesn't matter. Movement speed. Lightning res. Alright, we're definitely grabbing that. Okay, and I suppose we're gonna grab this as well.
That'll be useful.
Okay. Armor, energy shield 35, 15. Energy shield 5, 15. Okay. I think those are okay upgrades. Okay. Does she have a larger mana flask or greater? Oh, she does. Okay. Well, more recovery on low mana. We'll buy this greater. We'll transit. Oh, awesome. Oh, excellent. Okay, so we have more mana too. Okay. All right, we're a little better now. Okay. All right. Now we look like a proper mage. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Okay, that was silly.
I'll remove your head myself.
I think not, Mad Wolf.
Ogre is mine. Easy prey.
I have to be very cognizant. Oh my gosh, I got stabbed.
Piercing shot.
Easy prey.
I was being very, very, very carefree on the last attempt. Like, guys, this is honestly fine. This is I wish that I was killing bosses at this speed with my monk. Call me a masochist, but this is the speed that I wish that I was doing on all mechanics. There you go. That's much better.
Someone who can. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore. How dare you abandon me after all I've given you?
All right, here we go.
Desolation. Solstice of pain.
Oh! Oh, I actually got hit by it.
Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure. Whose bloodlust empowered. Our Ezreal endured. But soon all were devoured. In unending war. Death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as I smell your blood. And I unravel. Requiem on high. Freezing gale. I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Savor the bites. Oh, I froze him.
Solstice of pain. Desolation. You are hunted.
All right, so we're going to get 2 mist phases.
Tooth and claw.
You mean I'm going to get the entire poem? No way.
Suffered but endured.
I haven't heard the whole poem in a while.
No change.
Oh, crap. You almost one-shot me.
Their endless hunger grew at requiem on high.
Oh, crap.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
If anybody watched me on League Start, you guys will remember I downed Geonor with Hollow Palm. Did I even do a poem phase, guys? And this was with Hollow Palm. So it didn't even have a weapon. Doesn't even need a weapon. Like, I literally just picked up stuff. Armor off the ground.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Freezing gale.
I'm actually gonna learn the mechanics from Act 4, you guys, which I'm pretty excited about. So unless I find a very strong build.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
All right, there we go.
The madness, it consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish.
Oh, so well done.
We must make haste.
Freaking awesome. Love this fight so much. Oh, yeah. I forgot he does it. All right. Now fight 2 at once? That sounds fun. 2 Geonors at the same time? That's something I'd do. All right, so we got Ogam Village and everything, guys. All right. Yeah, definitely a lot weaker on Geonor. I can already feel it. So it's probably because, you know, my weapon is trash. I also wasn't comboing Spark with anything, and Spark is like my primary damage beside Ice Nova, so gonna have to find a way to scale damage there, definitely. But yeah, my monk scaled way faster, way more powerful. So all right, you guys, well, thank you so much for tuning into another live stream, you guys, on Twitch, on YouTube. Thank you for leaving the watching the VOD. If you're watching the VOD, if you haven't already, make sure you like the video on YouTube. That really helps spread this to the algorithm, you guys. And I'm gonna see you all on Monday night probably for a pod with Jazzerus. So if you'd like to see that, make sure you tune in. Make sure to follow the stream, guys. We do, you know, 1 to 2 pods a week at least. That's what we're going for. And we're going to keep that up for quite a bit of time. I am going to throw you guys on over to Arrow. Just started his stream. So let's go give Arrow some love on Twitch, you guys. He'll be here in 8 minutes. So if you guys want to see some, looks like new build Shield Charge Titan, make sure you stay on that stream. Give him a big warm welcome from the Talkative Tri Crowd. I'm going to go throw a cat into the pigeons. Okay, you guys? Thanks so much for watching again. I'll talk to you later. If you didn't get the whole podcast, the VOD will be up in probably about 2 hours. All right, you guys. Have a good one. Have a great weekend. Stay sane. Have fun. Bye, guys.